Ah!
Fuck.
Wow. Good evening, everybody. So what you just saw was the aftermath of some technical difficulties.
What is happening?
Yeah, pretty much. So welcome, everybody, to Fate's Grip, session 62, Sleight of Hand, or Slate of Hand, as you may know it as. Everybody is here, but we are waiting for Thorum, and he will be here post-haste. Via post.
Haste?
Everybody that matters. Means faster.
All right.
Exactly.
I cast
So,
haste.
I appreciate everybody being here today, and let's start off with some shout-outs, I guess. Would anyone like to start with shout-outs?
I think our almighty God should start us out.
All right, Preston, go. So, we, once again, thanks to Meeples and Dragons, have yet another gift for a lucky person to win. Yes, that's right. You could be the lucky winner of our next beautiful glass. And this time, it's Paladin. So for the month of May,
The worst race.
the best race.
I mean class.
You caught me off guard there. The best, one of the best classes, certainly. But you could be in the running. Hello, D20, welcome. You could be in the running to win a Paladin etched glass, thanks to Meeples and Dragons. And we will post the details of how to enter and be a part of this amazing competition that will last 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, I'll do that literally right now.
After, at some point this evening, I'm imagining, or early tomorrow.
No, I'll do it now. Ready? 3, 2, 1, done.
Far out. Okay.
I drafted it. It was like
What have you
sitting there,
done?
ready to
Jeez.
go. I'm prepared.
It's very good.
Yeah, I'm not prepared at all.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic too. So you could also win. With that, I'm going to stop talking. Go.
Okay. I got a big one to do. Okay. So, first shout out is just a selfishly personal one. And thanks, Ben.
They're the best ones.
And that is for someone that I literally haven't spoken to since 2014 when I was once a
Words in the bed are always wrong.
aneurysm. When I was a wee child, I went to university like most people do, and I hated every minute of it, but I pretended to enjoy it. However, I did meet some cool people, and one of those is named Dom Polito, who is actually now working in film and TV. So congratulations. He DM'd me the other day, like out of the blue. Haven't spoken to the guy in forever. And he was like, I just started playing D&D. And I was like, holy fuck, I've played D&D for ages now. It's so much fun. So, Dom, I know you're watching on the train ride home in Sydney. So, hello. Also, next shout out, which I will not screw up as much, hopefully. Thanks
believe.
Joyfully. I just realised I don't have dice.
Ex-calamity, hello. Go
Is
on.
for all of those who were involved in the wonderful Jaspers Game Week Australian edition. Holy heck, we had so much fun.
Yes.
We all tuned into each other's streams. I think over the course of the week I drank like on average a bottle of wine per stream, except for my own, which I was shaking like a leaf. And we just had so much fun. Holy heck. So people that we want to shout out are the people that we played with and in Michaela's case DM'd for. So I'm just going to reel off a ton of names. Nerdy People D&D, The Wanyo, Chris, Alicia, Renard, Matt Briefcase Brown from Split the Party, Aram from God's Fall, AJ Winters from Roll for Damage, Phil, Callan Davis from Half Monster Games, Matt from Tabletop Obscura, Daniel B, Sean Sunday, RJ Creswell, George from Split the Party, Peter, Ron, Dave from Band of Badgers, Scarlet Moth, Matthew from TV Dragons Cast, Shane and Nikki from BD&D, Andy from Healed by Wounds, and then we want to have just a moment to recognize some of the people that were in multiple streams of ours, but also just killed it, man.
Yeah.
The first one I want to shout out is Kendall Drury from One for All. He DM'd for Ben. He DM'd the last game of the week. Last game of the week? No, not the last game of the week. It was the last game of the week. Yeah. And he also played in mine. Holy heck, that guy got so many crazy things thrown at him. There were emus and bloody kangaroos, and there was a fillet of fish dropped in by an ibis. There was a lot of crazy stuff. He also put me on his back when I was a small halfling. So thank you, Kendall Drury. Amazing job. Promethean Gaming, who is just like the Australian solution to... Wow, hello, Sheldon. The Australian
solution to Sheldon.
The Australian solution to Jason Momoa. Looks like... What a fucking killer of a guy.
Yeah, he is.
NVCDM, who is in the chat right now. Holy heck, from Ironbert to his Puss in Boots impersonation to like literally everything that he did. You are amazing. We love you so much. On top of that, just for all of your support that you've had in our stream is just unbelievable. Another person that's in the chat, Chris, from who is known as D20, but apparently we can't find him anywhere because he has no online presence.
That's a good thing.
Thank you so much. You were just MVP of the week. Your GIF backgrounds were just out of this world. Burning down the house was lots of fun. You're a bloody legend. If you're ever up this way, either of you, please come and join us. But all of this could not be possible with a couple of people, and I promise I'm wrapping up this shout out, but one of those is Fenway Jones, who founded Jasper's Game Day in the US. What an amazing human being. On top of that, all of the stuff she does for visibility and women in Dungeons & Dragons and tabletop roleplay, incredible. Also wouldn't be possible without Ardent Roleplay, Ralph, Erin, and Clint, who is their community manager. Fantastic people. Watching your system in play was just unbelievable. And last but certainly not least, the people that brought it down under, Meeples and Dragons. Sarah and John, we fucking love you. You guys are just so cool. You guys had so much on your plate, and I remember texting Sarah and she was like, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I have 50 windows open on my PC. But yes, thank you. Round of applause for everyone involved. It was an incredible event. Can't wait for next year.
Yeah, absolutely. No, awesome shout out. Well done indeed. We'll give you a break for a moment. Who else wants to shout out something?
I would have, but the names that got mentioned just got mentioned there, so I don't have anything to shout out other than maybe Tabletop Truce. Do we?
That's your shout out.
Tabletop Truce. Thank you so much for the TikTok. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah,
cool.
We appreciate the support, and hopefully you can see us if you're not in. I don't think you are at the moment, but hopefully we can entertain you and your friends at some point.
Definitely, thank you. Any other shout outs?
There's worth a shout out for someone who tunes in every week.
Wow.
They've finished their exams, so congratulations on
Congratulations.
in there. And hopefully we can make your end of exam.
Oh my god, they're celebrating watching us?
Yeah.
That's so cute!
I'm very nervous, but I'm very honoured to have you here, Fiona, and your friends. Thank you. I really hope we can all make it to Norway one day and just see you and share in
let's do it.
I feel like you should DM a one shot for them.
I would say so. I think
no, like now.
Actually, like right now.
Like screw the session, let's go.
Horribly inappropriate and grab my dice.
No, you're fine.
So inappropriate.
No, actually, while you're there, you can probably get mine too. Was that a good sigh?
What are you talking about?
Hello, Phase D.
What's happening?
The last thing I want to share is it's in my black bag. Sorry, my black backpack.
I'm just gonna turn our light down so that it doesn't look like Sheldon's on fire.
You can just pass me the bag. Just pass me the bag. It's cool. Thank you, sir.
I'm so concerned.
Did you steal a beer on the way through?
Yeah.
One more shout out I'd like to give.
Stolen.
Thank you so much, Ben. And that shout out is to every person in front of me right now because before this particular stream, there were 2 cables that broke. 2 cables for 2 very, very important pieces of equipment for this evening, and everybody was very eager and happy to continue, and they calmed me down a lot. So thank you very, very much, everybody.
I made you a pie though, so
You did also make me a pie. I really appreciate it. But we are back up and running, so that's amazing. So, with that in mind, I am going to, in just a moment, if I haven't forgotten it, which I probably have, but that's okay.
Have you forgotten your dice?
Look, I swear I put it in some sort
See
of
that
receptacle.
big bag there?
Yeah,
That
okay,
it
that's
has
okay.
so much dice in it.
Beautiful. I'm going to recap. And actually, look, since Ben is also away for a split moment.
I've got an idea. Preston, why don't you recap?
Oh, that's amazing. I like that. That's a really good idea. Say a minute.
Rook's dead.
This is my recap from the last session. This is what I wrote down in
Got it.
session 61. Used Wall of Fire for the first time. HS, my turn. Counterspell? Question mark? That's all I wrote.
Amazing.
NBCDM's freaking out. He needs answers. We
Okay,
need to start.
alright. Excellent. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do this now, right now for you, NBC. Absolutely.
Maybe.
100%
Honey.
and...
Honey
Honey pig.
Oh.
Honey pig.
Sexy
Oh, wait,
music.
what uplifting music. Oh, wait.
Oh, it's not.
Okay.
It's
It's not uplifting anymore.
Oh, it's metal
Yeah.
music now.
Here.
Sounds like resurrection music.
Chaotic bitches.
Here is the recap for last episode. You all entered Yulag by ways of Regav Cell and the Furbolg, with his teleportation magic, discovering a frost-laden town devoid of life except for brigands and warforged. You investigated the inn, some of you conjuring illusions of Rook to confuse Thorum, and were greeted by the bartender with an eye patch, a longhouse of the rotting the longhouse of the rotting beer,
Sounded like my shout out.
and a group of patrons and warforged. The warforged wearing red capes that signified they were following the Lord of Blades. After some deliberation and discussion with these warforged, a battle ensued, and you were blasted and teleported outside, seeing the environment now changed to be lush, green, and no longer frozen. A demon joined the fray, and you found yourselves hunted and surrounded. A spell sending Rook into the dirt. So, as we left off,
Dirtface.
Thorum, you are racing towards Rook, being the only person so far that is seeing him down and collapsed on the ground. Although now you no longer see the demon who has simply vanished right after he cast some sort of spell from this parchment with white ink on black paper. Although still in front of you is this large warforged with this ballista next to it, still up, but observing the coming moments that will follow. Now, we are still in initiative order.
Oh
You
shit.
still have that?
Wow, a
You're so
prepared DM.
professional.
So now, as Thorum, you race up to Rook, who is still and unmoving. The next person to go will be, if I can just quickly bring this up. Just a quick split second here. Where did it go? Well, you say professional.
You love
Is that
being.
jinx it?
I know I was first,
You probably,
so
yeah, absolutely. Thorum, I'll let you go. I'll let you go first while I look at this. But you are racing up to Rook. What would you like to do?
So I can reach him on this turn?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna-
So you can go all the way. Well, actually, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
It's just the layout.
35, 40, 45, 50. He's 50 feet away. In order to go to him, you'd need a dash.
That'll use up my... I won't be able to use a spell if I do that, will I?
That is correct.
Can I... Yeah. When I get there, can I just roll a medicine check to confirm his state of being?
Absolutely.
Does he
So
live?
you're gonna just roll a medicine check on your turn, and
Hey Ben.
I'm
check
just
the
gonna, for
comments.
the purposes of this, put him away for now, and bring you right up to him. So you're gonna be racing up to Rook and make me a medicine check after you dashed over.
You should
Do you want to hear that
probably
now, or do you want to wait for my next turn?
No, do it now.
It's a 17.
A 17? Okay. Looking down at Rook with your medicine check of 17, you put your hands on his chest. There's no movement. You check for a pulse. Not there. You see his face pale, his eyes open, straight up to the sky,
That's a good sign.
and not blinking.
I'm gonna slap him just to make sure and then wait for my next turn.
Okay.
slap the dead guy on the ground.
Smack!
Just make sure.
Your hand, your meaty dragonborn hand, just crashes along the face, and you see that there's no bruising or any redness starting to appear, as there normally should, as the dice fall.
You're looking good, man.
You probably don't need those actually.
Yeah.
Just to keep things rolling along, what I'll get everybody to
puns.
do, if that's okay, is roll me another initiative roll, if that's all right with
But
you.
I did so well last time.
Does that include Rook?
No, it does not.
Continuing, I think this is the same one that I had last time as well.
Did worse than last time,
All right, just 2
which is
seconds.
unsurprising because I rolled unusually well.
Technically, you're just in a state that Trivago sleeps in.
I'm
so
just in a
you're
state of
probably just
mind,
enjoying a nap.
guys.
I
just
just
have
sent
a
you. I just sent you a text message. Secrets. Just to metagame a little bit. So,
Very rude.
with that,
Can you metagame as the DM?
100% I cannot. Definitely not. I'm not allowed to. Can I have the initiative rolls 25 to 20? Okay.
Wait, what are we re-rolling?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're re-rolling.
He's not
please.
as prepared as we thought he was.
I know, it's terrible.
I'm pretty sure it's my go next.
Let's find out.
Yeah, please roll me initiative again. 25 to 20, no one? 20 to 15. Yep.
16.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's once again good for me.
Hey.
15 to 10.
13.
13.
13.
And your dex scores?
Oh, this happened to you in Rook last time.
Yeah, but it was a 12.
Nah, I'm a +0, so you win that.
When you
Plus
win that, +1. So your next Gunner. And then Thorum. And then we've got 10 to 5.
5.
5.
That sucks.
Just a continuation from last week.
Alright. And then that one is this. 5 is you. Travago. Okay. Alright. Cool. So,
Why did that sound so evil?
what I need is for Rook to go first, please. As you are simply standing there, you suddenly see in front of you the demon disappeared. Thorum has raced up to you, but you look down, and you see at your feet yourself, dead. Eyes unblinking, no breath. And Thorum investigating that.
I'd slap you.
Okay, so... Okay. My action is disorientation? I guess so. I'm perceiving the battle from some kind of out-of-body experience.
Make me an investigation check, if that's okay. And this will be considered a free action for the purposes of what?
Yeah, that's not great. What do you need?
Investigation.
Investigation, please.
Did you truly close your character sheet?
I don't know what's going on.
That's all good.
Investigation, so it's a 3 and a 4. It's not much.
So 7?
It's a 7, yeah.
7 in total. As you look around, you notice that you've been in situations before where you've been cast into some sort of magical effect whereby the surroundings have been clouded in the past, and you know now what a magical effect seems like. If something's been cast on you, you feel your arms and you know you feel your legs just to give yourself some peace of mind, and you are there. You feel the ground beneath your feet. You look around and you smell air. You smell the air of lush green leaves, and you hear sounds that you've heard just prior. You're definitely still there.
Saz, we love you. Thank you for 9 months of subscribing.
Oh my god! Yes, thank you.
Also, rewind to the start of this session to watch your shout out.
Yeah.
the 15 minutes we did because you deserve it.
Yeah.
Because you're worth it.
Fidget is good.
So you're here in the now, but you don't quite know what's going on with this other rook in front of you. But you can still take your turns, as usual. But you don't see this demon anymore.
Okay, demon's gone. Okay, with that roll, then I'd still be disorientated and kind of. Thorum's standing over the top of me, yeah.
He is, but on this other rook, who is on the floor.
Oh my god, there's 4 of them.
I put my hand. Would I be in close proximity?
Yes, you are. You're basically a foot away. You're right there.
I reach out to touch Thorum and just say, "Friend, where's the demon gone?"
Thorum, as you're investigating this rook on the ground, a voice coming from just beyond this rook shouts, and you can't see anything, but you hear Rook's voice.
For the DM question, would I consider Rook to be a creature that is alive with 0 hit points, or a creature that's dead?
With your medicine check, dead.
Okay. In that case, I reach into my pouch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pull out the
kangaroo?
Yeah. Dragonborn and kangaroos both have pouches.
Drangaroo.
Pull out a baby and throw it.
No, not that. I reach in and I take the 300 GP gold pieces worth of diamond that when we were at the Five's Rest, I specifically mentioned I was separating from the rest.
Yep.
And I will cast Revivify.
Okay.
Which is an instantaneous spell. And if I got this right, so you touch a creature that has died within the last minute, the creature returns to life with 1 hit point. The spell can't return to life a creature that has died of old age, nor can it restore any missing body parts.
For the purposes of this, as you crush these diamonds, is that correct?
This
or are
one
they-
doesn't need to be
Okay.
crushed. That's the other one.
Okay, so this is just. Do you use the components though? Do they disappear, or do you still hold them and have them?
Doesn't say there. Oh no, which the spell consumes. I'll lose
Consumes?
those diamonds,
Alright.
Yeah.
As you roll around these diamonds in your hands, and as the spell is conduited through these gems, this body disappears completely. And you need to make me an arcana check, please.
That's a 17.
17. In that instant, you're aware that whatever this thing was in front of you was not real. But Rook is nowhere to be seen.
Right. With that knowledge, I'm going to turn around and look. Well, what are my companions doing? I think that's my turn. But
Yeah,
what are
cool.
my companions doing?
All right. Well, with that, are you doing anything else? Do you have any more actions or
You had
movement that you'd like to
600
do?
GP.
Because you are still there.
Look, for the purposes of this,
I thought 300
anything that's
units.
going on, I'd be confused.
I
I
think
think,
there was
and I'm gonna
loose change with.
leave it at
Take
that.
it there.
Yeah.
Okay. Amara, what are you doing?
So I would assume that after seeing the demon disappear, I've got no sight on that.
You've got no sight. As that demon went around the corner of the house, you didn't know anything more.
Okay, so if that's the case, I would just keep wailing on this ballista.
Okay.
So I'm going to, using my fist, just like power fist down onto the trigger of this ballista,
Go
to
for
just
it.
try and snap it
Go for
clean.
You've all retained your current hit points, haven't you, as well?
Yeah.
I've got mine. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
0.
18.
18 will hit.
Yeah. So I'm going to roll the damage.
You've triggered it.
Oh,
That's 6 points of damage. And I'm gonna try again, just like power fist straight down.
sure.
Power fist.
That is not as good, and I probably hurt my hand in the process because it is a 2 plus 7, so 9
9.
actually, not too bad.
Your hand slams down on this lever, attempting to crash it to the ground, and you do completely sever and knock this lever completely out of its relay within this contraption, and this is now considered, to your knowledge, to be incapacitated. It will
Yeah!
now not fire, although it could be repaired if someone knew what they
Someone
were doing.
desired to.
But you see it crack and go onto its side briefly.
So crack again.
I hate you all so much. With my bonus, well, actually no, with my movement, I'm going to then making my way over here, and use my bonus action. Thank you, Ben. My bonus action to just staff hit this guy.
Yep.
Um,
You get advantage because of flanking.
Oh yeah, do I get advantage because I'm flanking?
Sure. Sure do.
Hell yeah.
Planking.
Well, that was a nat 1 and a 16, so I'll take that 16.
16,
For a total of, huge.
That hits. Roll for damage.
1 plus 5. So that's 6 points of damage. Can it also make a... Excuse me while I look this up. Oh my gosh, where is it? I've lost it. Can it also make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Okay, that is a 10.
Yes, it is considered stunned until the end of my next turn.
All right. As you slam it with, you said a fist strike, didn't you?
No, that was my
Oh, that
staff.
was a staff, was it? You slam it on the back. You leap up and snap it on the back of the neck. This contraption, you hear this audible turn and creaking of metal as it just is still on the side and just trying to bring it back, but not easily. It is considered stunned.
I'm gonna look through, I'm gonna try and duck so I can get eyesight with Dravago and just go,
Okay. Is that your turn?
that's my turn.
All right. Gunner, you're up.
It still moves.
I'm still using telekinesis, right?
Kenosis.
So telekinesis from last
Yes.
week. Yeah, I don't know how many rounds we're in though, so like
It'll be the
Four?
fourth round.
fourth round.
Yep.
So I'm gonna pick up the ballista.
Okay. All right.
So I'll lift it off the ground a couple of feet, and then slam it straight into the Warforged.
Wow. Okay. And it does not get a saving throw. So as you just close your eyes and focus, you, Amara and Dravago, suddenly see this massive ballista just start to effortlessly come into the air, and it swings slightly, and you hear this creaking and snapping of wood as it tries to protest against that weird angle. And roll me a spell attack roll, I would imagine, against the Warforged with advantage because it's stunned.
Yeah.
We hit it with a floaty punch.
Oh, what?
A floaty punch.
Yeah, I think that's gonna hit. That's 17 plus 9.
That'll hit. And then, just for the purposes of the damage, 4d10, please.
Hell yeah.
Where is my D10? I can't find it. There it is.
It's a wonderful turn of events.
Wow. Go for it. Sorry, just punning.
So
22.
22? Okay. Did you want to describe how you finish him off?
I want to just explode into pieces.
Excuse me.
This,
As I hit him with this thing, it's just like boom.
yeah, the wood crashes up against
Both
the
hits it.
Warforged, and you watch as the splinters are in the thousands as they get embedded into this metal and just boom, explode outward, and the Warforged is sent flying about 15 feet sideways, and you see it snapped in several pieces. Its limbs just get blown asunder. The glaive just flies off and disappears, and both of these things are now completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Shut up, dead boy.
Around, is there anyone else?
As far as you can see, there's no one else around.
Can I see Thorum?
No.
Is that not him in front of me there?
So Thorum is on the very far left, behind the house. You did see him run behind the house, though.
There's some hay there that
Like
you
a
might
floating
not be able to
level.
see.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought that was a path.
No, that's okay.
I'll do my turn.
Okay. Right. Thorum, what are you doing?
Is there any mark from where his body disappeared? Any remnants of the fact that he was lying there?
Make an investigation check for me again.
That's a
18.
nice dice roll.
At 18.
18.
You know that with that quick scouting in that space, that's supposed to have left some sort of indentation in the dirt, some sort of outline. There's nothing. There's
so that could-
definitely some sort of magical effect that has occurred here.
Okay, so I'm gonna head on out. Well, I mean, if I take a step to the right, I'll see Gunner, right?
Correct.
Straight away. So as soon as I see Gunner, I'm gonna move towards him.
5, 10, 15, 20, 20, all your 30 feet.
All of my 30 feet. So are we
Okay.
still in initiative?
Yep.
I'm gonna let my
Opportunity attack him, bro.
yeah.
Can I ask when, so I know when my turn is?
Yeah, I'll let you
Or
know.
after? Okay, cool.
I'll let you know.
And I'll
It'll be
move
after.
my.
Alright.
If we're, I'll move my spiritual weapon closer to us, as far as close to, I think it's 20 feet of movement.
It'll be there.
Yeah, perfect. And with that, I'm just going to end my turn by calling out, Gunner, the demon's gone and has taken Rook with him.
Oh, am I replying?
You
It's
can.
up to you.
Just
Yeah,
yell-
yeah.
just yell-
sorry,
I'm yelling at you from
I
like
thought I
8
had
feet
to wait for
behind
my
you.
turn.
No, no
Sorry.
problem. No, you're fine. Yeah, I'll let
4
you
minutes
do
later.
what you want.
Just been staring at you the whole time.
We all just like.
What are you say?
I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna look at you shocked. Like you can't really see my face very well because I'm like this glowing humanoid shape. But I don't know what to say. I don't know.
Do we all hear that, by the way?
Yes.
I would have yelled it out
Yes.
quite loudly.
What the fuck are you talking about, Thorum?
The demon, it's gone, disappeared. He's taken Rook with it. It created an illusion to disguise the fact that it had taken him, but they're both gone.
Rook!
You do hear that.
Let me know when it's my turn and I'm going to do something. I don't
No
know.
problem.
Yeah.
Can I mean, I'm confused. Are we still initiative? Because
Yep.
I want to cast a spell.
Yep. I'll have to get you to wait your turn.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. So, as
Oh, Aeoncraft subscribed. As Aeoncraft subscribed.
who's eating dinner, so thank you so much.
So much.
I really look forward to seeing Moustache again. I mean, as in you again. Thank you very
I
much.
must ask you a question.
As you are coming together, Thorum, you heading towards a gunner and the center of this village now that seems again quiet, but once again looking around very different with the lush trees, the dirt roads which are much neater, no more frost. Although still cold, it's much more comfortable than when you entered. You suddenly feel this searing pain in your back, and you notice, Gunner, as soon as, or just too late, that this demonic creature has crept up behind with your robe of eyes. You suddenly see this creature still invisible just for a split second before another attempt at an attack happens. Yes?
Can I roll a perception to see if I creeping up on me?
He's invisible.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
DC 50.
No. I'm just trying to place it in my... It's a 21.
Okay, what was the natural roll?
18.
Okay, you do not. And you, because this creature just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, not crept up to you at all. Although, Gunner, it did seem to creep up with what you were observing, but not with enough time to call out and as a warning. It was very swift. So, with that in mind,
Ah, my spleen.
that's going to be a 22 to hit.
That just hits.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, that does 14 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
11.
That is not enough, as you will also take.
Oh, no. So many dice.
Jesus. Another 19 points of poison damage as you feel this searing pain in your back and just where your the upper portion, close to where your shoulder is on the right, and then you feel automatically weakened and out of breath as you feel this poison start to seep in and take effect. You almost can't feel your arm anymore, and then with another crossbow. With its crossbow, it's going to then reach out and fire against you, Gunner.
Oof.
And
No,
that's
it's the
going to
healers.
Another 22 to hit.
I forgot what my AC was at the moment.
16.
It's not.
No, as your thought form. Remember? Oh, that doesn't change.
It's
just
16
half
as Gunner.
Warding Bond is
14.
still up, so you get a +1 from that.
that. Yep.
I did the image today.
And you said
14 is your
22.
AC, so +1.
There's another 22 to hit.
yeah. Okay. So you said 21.
No, 22 to hit.
Oh yeah.
That hits?
Yeah. I was going to use shield, but
Oh, okay.
It's 14 +1.
plus on 5 would be 20, but it wouldn't be enough.
Now that's 13 points of piercing damage to you, and then, please.
Halve that because you're still resistant to all damage.
Is that magical?
No. It's not.
Okay, so that means it's halved again.
Correct, because you're in thought form.
So how much is it? 16.
Yes.
So you'll get
8.
8, 4.
4.
Exactly right. And then I
You
need
can say something about it.
Your one.
Shoots off my body.
20 feet, 5, 10, and then 5, 10.
Or I
Okay.
stop it with my hand.
And then I need Thorum and Gunnar to both make Constitution saving throws as you feel from, as well as this strike of this crossbow bolt, it suddenly bursts out with
I'm
with
getting
a
it
thunderous
up there,
clap and attempts to do some sort of effect to you.
So firstly I rolled a Constitution saving throw to maintain telekinesis.
That's fine.
You get +1s on saving throws at the moment too.
Okay. Okay.
This is a hard fight.
Fuck. 11.
Did not save. And Thorum,
That was a 16.
16, does not save. So you will both take, what was it, 18 points of extra thunder damage as your ears burst.
Also halved.
9 damage then?
Yep,
Do you want me to roll the death saving throw now or on my next turn?
no, on your next turn. So you Gunnar, see,
Yeet.
you see Thorum collapse as well with that,
TPK.
with that damage that just crackles in your immediate vicinity. Amara and Dravaga, you both see that that some sort of darkness and this huge noise affected Thorum and Gunnar, and Thorum's down.
I also felt the piercing and lightning
Yes, you did.
damage.
Thank you very much. Thanks for noting that one. It is, now that it's out of that combat, it is going to actually move. 5, 10, 15,
Thorum dropped to 0 points.
20. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
As a blessed healer, because I dropped to exactly 0 hit points, I don't fall to 0, I can fall to 1
Beautiful.
instead.
I know
But
what that.
only if it fell to exactly 0, which you watched me.
Yes,
say
I did.
exactly that.
Because I heard him
Easy.
say 18 and I saw your hit points and I was like, oh no.
So instead of, well, as Thorum collapses, you see him barely move, and just a nimbus of light just surrounds him for a brief instant, and you see him start to move again from being still and start to get back up
Does that
again.
mean he gets an attack of opportunity?
It actually does.
Yes.
Sweet.
Thank you for noting. You take just a wild swing at this creature as it moves towards the center of this space.
That is a 20 to hit.
A 20 will hit.
So,
Take it down.
I'm going to use at 5th level.
An attack of opportunity,
Oh
Can only
no.
be a strike?
potentially only a normal strike with a weapon. Yes.
Okay.
Do you have-
The
Do you have
maze.
Warcaster?
Pardon? No, I do not. I miss.
Okay.
Did you not
When you
roll?
say miss,
You rolled to hit
you roll
already.
to hit and you hit it on a 20. didn't
Oh,
you?
okay, then sorry, my apologies.
You still do damage.
Alright, in that case then.
Everyone's going down, yes. This was Michele's plan all along. After 62 sections, he wants us all to die. Right now.
That is 7 damage.
7
Campaign
damage. Yep.
two.
Okay.
You do.
No, there's just like another 30 episodes. It's just Michele sitting there playing everything out.
I'll just play all the NPCs, yeah. Okay, and you strike this creature in the back of the shin, in that meaty area. It's muscly and it's tough to get through, but your holy weapon just slices a good amount of flesh from it, and you can see this purple black blood seeping out. And it fumbles, but it continues to walk away.
You can all hear just a blur of prayer, like praying and expletives in Draconic. You understand.
I can't understand.
I can
so
understand.
You understand.
I can
all I hear
Okay.
is loud noises.
You're offended.
Me?
You would be.
I've never heard these words before. I've heard the Draconic.
And then comes Travago's turn.
Is the demon still invisible?
No, it is now visible to everyone and in the center of this space.
In that case, I will.
Keeps like puts his hands over my ears.
I will
I can't
cast
tell you what I said.
Aura of Vitality,
Okay.
and then I will move 30 feet towards Thorum.
You'll be, if you're 30 feet, you'll be pretty much next to this demon.
What?
I do have the winged boots, so
Yep.
if it's possible to get 30 feet, but then move up onto the roof of the building on
yeah.
the left.
On the left, yeah, what's the movement speed of that? 40?
30 still, it's just my speed.
Right, 5, 10, 15, 20, yep. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You can go there towards the very top of this space if you'd like. So it's just going to, pretty much in the very center.
Yeah, too easy. So
you're
that's within
laid on top.
within 30 feet of Thorum, that is?
Yes, it is.
Sweet. So with the Aura of Vitality, some vents just kind of open up on Travago's arms, and this green mist will like sort of bellow out around him. And then as a bonus action, that mist will start to concentrate towards Thorum, and it will heal him for 7 points.
Yay.
7 points. Okay. So as you feel this billowing smoke and this, you see this greenish energy. You feel yourself and your wounds close. That wound in your back is now simply a large scar as you look back.
I'm not well, so.
It's the best I could do from that far.
What else are you doing, Travago?
That is all my movement, turn, and bonus.
Rook.
Okay. So have I seen the demon pop up behind Thorum and then make its way down
Yes,
the corridor? Okay,
Yes.
So I know it's still aware, or still around.
correct.
Is it no longer invisible?
No longer invisible.
Okay, so if you summon a creature, does that creature join the initiative roll on the turn? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so without Thorum, you didn't answer me, did you, when I talked?
I could hear voices, but I couldn't hear anything distinct.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and cast a spell.
Yep.
And I am casting. Sorry, one moment. Conjure animal.
Yep. One animal.
I am conjuring a giant elk.
Elk.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm. This is a significant creature to me, which no one else probably knows about.
Should do that loud.
The majestic giant elk is rare to the point that its appearance is often taken as a foreshadowing of an important event, such as the birth of a king. Legends tells of gods that take the form of the giant elk when visiting the material planes.
But what noise does it make?
It wouldn't make a noise other than a giant huff and a massive sundering
Okay.
I'm
the
sure it
ground
doesn't
with
sound like a
its-
Chewbacca.
with its hooves. And there's going to be a distinct flavour to the way it looks as well. if
Well, for
possible.
the purposes of just having it there, I'm just going to have one as a reference point.
That's
Could
okay.
you use a sheep?
But you describe how it looks.
I want it to be at least 20 feet away from the enemy.
At least 20 feet? Well, it is definitely 20 feet away.
Yep.
Are
Okay.
you moving before you cast this, by the way?
No, I'm casting this straight
Okay.
away. Okay, so I can still cast if it's appeared. And
I found an elk noise.
you play an elk noise if you want, if that's possible.
Yeah, go on.
Go on. So,
So is that frightening or?
a teenager screaming.
That sounds like every
like
One
you
Direction concert ever. Like,
Trivago will just tilt his head and go, "A king must have been born."
Yeah. They scream. This is quite a. It's a off purple white, and it
Okay.
has braids through its mane.
ooh,
Nice.
it's a sexy elk.
Do you want me to roll on the initiative roll?
Yes, please. Now, do you have the giant elk's stats?
I do have them.
Excellent.
Yes.
It's a
I'll
selk.
let you do that. Whereabouts is it going? Is it you okay with it there, or do you want it a little bit in a different spot?
Look, that's probably fine.
Okay.
Its initiative is. It doesn't benefit from any of my stats, does it?
Correct.
So 3. It's 18.
Good to know.
And I'm gonna peer out and look down the main thoroughfare. I don't want to say downtown because
That's right.
it triggers.
That'll put you just in front of the elk if you're moving after it. About there. If you wanted to peek around,
Peek
and
around,
see
yeah.
what's going on,
That'll do me.
that's it there.
And if I can, I think I actually still have. If any of my old spells are still active, I still have Slayer's Prey on that.
Correct.
Okay. So then I'll use Hunter's Mark. Bonus action. Yes, I can use that as a bonus action.
All right.
Yep.
And as you conjure this shimmering large creature, immediately your hand instinctively goes out towards it, and you can command it now as it's its turn as it bleats and and starts to race around. Its movement, I see, is 60 feet.
60 feet, yeah.
Oh my god.
So it's going to trot its feet quite hard, dip its head, and then charge at the creature.
These things are
Okay.
like massive.
Yeah.
Like normal size ones are massive.
Oh, it's huge. Sorry, it's considered huge. My
Yeah.
bad. Up it goes. It just grew. Wow, it's massive.
So
Is it smart enough to jump over me? 'Cause I'm
Yes,
kind of lying
yes,
on the ground.
just kill it.
Wow, that's a big boy.
15, 20. For the purposes of just in spaces, I'm going to put him. Well, wow. Yeah, you could really. I mean, there.
Leaps over you.
There's probably going to be the best place I can put him to then see other
Oh, he
people.
crushed me.
16. So
You are
16
dead
plus 6 for ram attack is
It hits.
It hits. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Beautiful. If the elk moves at least 20 feet straight towards the target and then hits it with a ram attack on the same turn, the target takes an extra 7 damage. If the target is a creature, it must succeed on a 14 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay. So, for the purposes of this, I'll say that it did need to round a corner.
Yeah.
And because it did start out of sight, straight forward is a bit different. So for the purposes of this 5, 10, hold on, let's say it was there, 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah,
Could I
it's
come
just,
across the other side
it's
then?
just
on the
enough.
top?
Well, yeah, because of its speed, I'll say it can get there and also ram. So you can add an extra 2d6 damage.
Yep.
On top of that, whatever you roll,
Okay, beautiful.
go for it. And that's
Um,
just a 2d6 again,
2d6.
plus 4.
So
2d6.
attack plus 6 to reach target. 2d6 and 2d6. So that's nothing, that's 4.
Am I doing advance?
No, if you read the comment before.
Everybody at home, dance away.
It's only 11 damage, but can you roll a strength saving throw?
I can. And by the way, anyone that watches us for a little while could also redeem the same thing.
They
Please
better
don't.
tweet. They've got to film it and tweet us.
NBCDM
Exactly.
did last time. It was fantastic.
Exactly.
It was fabulous.
That's
It was a good
11
dance.
plus.
I'd like to see an Einbert dance.
What?
An Einbert Albertstein.
I'm thinking
Albertstein.
Wu-Tang Cat would
Wu
be...
Tang Cat would have a good dance.
That's a 17 strength saving throw. What's your DC?
No, I'm just having a conniption because you rolled an 11.
Yes, correct.
Okay, cool. No, the DC's a 14.
Yeah, so it did pay. It did say
It's,
it's quite a
yeah.
strong creature, and it resists it as this creature just whoosh,
Okay.
goes down and rams this thing.
Right.
It's
It
not
takes
a
a total
ram,
of 11
actually.
damage.
It's an elk.
Total of 11.
Yeah.
Okay. You see that this, even the strike with its massive horns against this demon, the demon holds out both hands and steadies itself. You see that the sharp horns pierce the hands through, but it doesn't do as big of a hole through the demon's flesh as you might have thought. So just bear that in mind. Okay, what else are you doing? For the elk,
That's my bonus action.
Yep, for the elk.
And my action, yeah.
Okay, next up, Amara.
So I do that first. She's gonna do the dumb bitch thing. Move right on up.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And with the staff, I'm going to bring it straight down on this demon. Am I considered flanking with the elk?
Yep, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so generous. Natural 20.
Oh.
Oh, thank
dear.
God you did that.
Oh, dear.
So,
No, one.
I'm so good.
Oh, really? Max damage?
No, so 7 doubled is 14 plus 5, and I'm also going to use that d6 of radiant damage.
Wow, okay.
like you
And
need
it's
a
max on that. Okay, so
I
normal
need a party
damage.
popper right now. Just like,
Bludgeoning damage is hold on, I need to work this out. My maths is terrible. So 19 points of bludgeoning damage,
Right.
and 6 points of radiant damage.
And 6.
And that's my
points
first
of
attack.
radiant. Go for it.
Second attack. Natural 20. I'm not kidding.
Jesus.
I'm not kidding.
She's angry.
Yeah.
I did it, and I'm gonna use the radiant damage again because I still have another charge of it.
Yep.
What
cool.
the fuck?
Cool.
Max damage again. I'm not kidding.
let her bask in it.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
I'm sorry.
Double
I'm gonna
too.
cry.
Jeez.
I'm 16. That's 21 points of bludgeoning damage
21
and
points
2
in
points of
total.
radiant damage.
Okay.
That's my 2 actions.
Okay.
For my bonus action, I'm gonna spend a key point, and I'm gonna bring my staff down in front of me and just patient defense. So the next attack against me will have disadvantage.
Go for it.
That's it. It happens.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then I'm gonna be like, kill it! Where's Rook? Thorum? That's it.
All right. And welcome, Dorsifire. I think that's how I pronounce it.
I thought it was Dewezifier.
maybe.
And I've realized
Where's
I'm
the
very
fire?
wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, I've never rolled that well ever. In
Yeah.
62 episodes.
Gunnar, you're up.
I just started sweating.
How's it look?
Looks pretty hurt. You see that there's flesh that is torn from its purple black skin. Both of its arms are shedding blood. Its torso is bruised to almost a pulp, and its neck and shoulders have been cracked open, and you can see bone stretched through muscle. But it continues to hold this crossbow and this sword firmly in preparation.
Okay.
Go for it actually.
No, you go.
The one thing you do notice if you roll a perception check for me though.
Not with my... Oh, that's investigation. Never mind. I have a passive of 14.
Roll it then. 14?
Yeah.
Okay. No, then you're fine. Continue.
Oh, I have advantage on perception.
Go
Because
for
of
it.
the rope.
Worse.
No, like 2 better. So
Oh,
it was like a 10.
Cool.
Bleh. All right, so I will 60 feet. I'm gonna cast Banishment on it.
Okay.
Charisma save.
Charisma saving throw. Charisma, man. Rightio. That's an 18.
Fuck.
Oh,
That's good.
I'm low-key glad because I want to kill it.
That saves.
That saves. What else are you doing?
Can't do anything.
Can't do anything? Okay, Thorum. As you watch, Gunnar just sends out this force, a blast wave, and you see this creature shimmer for just a moment, but then reappear in the flesh. Go for it.
So I'm going to stand up, spit a whole lot of blood out, and then once I've cleared all that out, I'm going to pretty much go for the biggest move I've got, and at 5th level, I'm going to cast Flame Strike again, and summon a vertical column of fire and radiant damage from the sky.
Like it shoots down from nothing, and
Yes!
this column of twisting fire just engulfs this creature. Go for it. Does it need to make a
It needs to make a dexterity saving
Yep.
throw, otherwise it only takes half damage.
Yep.
These red dice, by the way, are the radiant damage.
Yep.
I'm within 5 feet. Am I okay?
Wow. That's a 26 dexterity saving
Oh,
throw.
it saves.
Okay.
You take half.
Half
It
damage.
takes 6 and 6 is 12, plus 8, so 18, 19, 20,
Okay.
24, 28.
Interesting. I should read my notes. In fact, Thorum, now that I have read it, as soon as this flame engulfs this creature, and as it dissipates, you see that this creature simply looks up and looks towards you, and simply just with its massive tusks gives you a and shakes its head, as there's no seemingly effect of this fire on it.
Right.
There is
What
some
about the
damage
radiant?
as well.
But
What
the
about the
radiant
radiant
damage you can roll.
Okay, in that case then.
Lucky you rolled separately.
Yeah.
Then it's Smug
So,
Smile.
I can't like wait to watch that back and just watch all of our faces go.
Takes 8 radiant damage.
8 radiant damage. Cool. Alright.
It's good. It's still good.
You can see the licks of white light emanating from it as it sears still some of the skin. What else are you doing?
As a bonus action, I'm going to cast that 1st level healing word on myself.
Okay, go for it.
Yay. I take
Kill me, Ado.
10 plus 5. 16 points of healing
Okay, go for it. Pop it on.
on me. The rest of you on your own.
We're not a party anymore.
That's it.
We're actually breaking up after this.
Fate split.
Okay, and that's fair. That's what you're doing?
That's all I can do.
Alright. As you watch, this creature enters the space of the elk and walks into there.
Does it move out of my melee
Yeah,
Does
range?
it
my
does.
elk get an opportunity attack?
No, because it's still within its melee distance. But Amara, you do get an
It's
attack
so
of
free.
So I'm
opportunity.
gonna like, as it's walking away, I'm gonna be like, oh no, you don't, and I'm gonna kick it
Go for it.
with my foot, and it's not good. So it doesn't. I like go
And nothing. As it walks towards elk, you see it grab or attempt to grab the one of its antlers by the base where the head meets this large bone. I need you to roll me either an acrobatics check or a strength check to get out of this grapple for the elk, please.
$18.
And with that, this elk just pulls itself away, overcoming the strength of the grip of this demon. It looks around to all of you, and you see all of a sudden that its skin is glowing. Its entire features now start to flicker and crackle. And you hear this rumble coming from within this demon as it looks towards all of you and says, and who knows, infernal.
No.
I think I'm high.
What? Why do you know infernal?
Why wouldn't I know infernal? God, where's my webpage?
Tabs.
Coming up.
Anyone know infernal?
Yeah, sorry.
Rook's just checking.
Does the elk know
Anticipation music!
Sorry, some internet difficulties here.
5 people, 1 Wi-Fi.
That's like a movie.
It's actually
What's that a rough sound
Six.
like?
Let's continue. Let's move on.
6 people, 1 Wi-Fi.
Move on. What do you
I do know
Oh,
infernal.
Oh,
Aeoncraft.
jeez, thank you.
You're so sweet.
That's very cool. Thank you very
Such
much.
a sweet, sweet person. With a sweet, sweet mustache. If you like dice, check out Aeoncraft.
That's
He makes
right.
some dope dice.
Ridiculous.
And also plays Magic the Gathering on stream.
Yes, I know infernal.
And with that, just in only that in a language that you understand, this deep voice shouts out, "We have a line,
We have a line.
tight to Villas. Father Brew, who sent me here to hunt you all. Here is my last act, and next time there will be more that seek you out, find you, and destroy you. And at the head, I will return." And this creature explodes outward. You see this crackling of a thunderous clap and fire engulf it and explode outward within a 15-foot radius. I need Rook, Thulrum, Gunnar, and Amara to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Woo!
Was this a spell?
It's an effect.
You get a +1 though.
This is not good for me.
What am I doing here?
A
Rolling.
dexterity saving throw.
15.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
Does my elk need to roll?
No. Yes, please.
17.
Welcome, John.
Fucking elk.
What'd you get?
6.
What did the elk get?
20.
Okay. So
She's a nimble girl.
you and your elk will take half damage from. So you all will take 7 points of fire damage, and then
Is this all of us or is this the halved?
all of you except you that'll take half of what I'm saying.
Of 7.
Preston will take half.
That's
and
fine.
So will I.
Cool.
So just me. Sweet.
And Amara.
No, I took it too.
Yeah. So 9 points of fire.
Oh,
Sorry to be a pain. When
Please.
you halve damage, you roll up or down?
Down. That's
Yeah.
it's rounded. Is the damage rounded down?
4. So
Yep.
3.
Sure,
And
No. It was 9 points.
You said 7.
No, he
The
said
first
And-
one was 7.
yep, and 13 points of thunder damage.
So 7 fire,
Yes,
which was 3, and then
and 13 points of thunder.
I thought it was 9.
7.
7. Sorry, 7.
Oh, okay. I'm taking 2 hit points back then.
Yeah, me too.
So 13.
And 13 thunder damage.
I'm so confused.
as this creature, all of a sudden,
Jordan needs to make a con save for a spell.
Yeah.
what spell?
The Aura of Vitality.
Okay.
What's
Let me
the
know
diff-
if you still want to keep it up.
Oh, it's
Because this creature, all that remains of it now is this thin bits of burnt skin in probably about 20 fragments just float into the all around you on some of your cheeks. You sort of just quickly shoo it away as it does have some heat to it, and you see no more around you of the Warforged or the demon at all.
Can we see Rook?
Yes, you all can.
Do I know that I'm becoming material?
You are as you are.
I'm dropping that out then.
On the ground.
The elk,
The spell.
the elk disappears.
I love how none of us reacted to the fact that an elk just appeared out of nowhere.
As the dust settles on this battle scene, around you, no one is here. It's silent. There is a void of movement. The trees sway slightly with the after effect of this explosion of this demon. Yes, Thorin.
Just a
Please.
reminder. What's the name of the village that we're in currently?
Yurlag.
Yurlag. So I'm gonna, lying on my back, breathing heavily. I'm gonna prop myself up and on one elbow and kind of look around the battlefield. And then once I see that there's nothing attacking us, I'm gonna yell out, "People of Yurlag, come out! The demon is gone."
And while that occurs, I need everybody to dance. Because D20 just did the... So was it D20? Yes, it was. D20, thank you for the dance.
Oh, we danced in sync then! That was beautiful. I can't wait to
I'm
watch
just going
that.
to also quickly
I'm
switch
gonna watch it
this
now.
over
Oh, I'm still going.
Oh, that was
Here I go. Just a loser on his own.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you very much. So, as you yell this out, Thorin, looking around, some doors remain closed. Oh, is there a bit of an echo, is there? Apologies, thank you very much for that, Fizz Cannon. Is that an echo that's going on? Is that what you're saying? Let me know if that's confirmed.
Is there a dolphin involved?
If there is an echo, I'll switch back because if that didn't happen with the battle map, I can fix it up during the
We'll
break.
fix it on the break.
Yeah, definitely.
Just leave it like this.
Oh, full echo. Wow. Okay.
Echo.
While you're fixing the echo, I'm gonna look at Rook and be like, what happened?
DM question.
Please.
Do I know anything of what happened, or I just became
Hey, it's fixed apparently.
ethereal and then not ethereal?
You
If that's what
can make me an Arcana check if you want to.
That was the echo effect.
Thank you so much,
man.
Fizz. Thanks for everything.
Still not right here. 5.
5. You have no idea why you saw your own deceased body in front of you and Thorin attempting to resuscitate you with a spell.
Yes.
It did then disappear, this body, once the spell was it's cast. So you're not sure as to the situation, why that occurred, no.
I'm not meaning to ignore Amara, but I'm going to check myself down, make sure there's, I don't know, if that's the case, I am me.
Mm-hmm.
checking all your bits.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Make
can
a
make
perception.
yourself a medicine
Or
check if you
Yeah,
want
because
to.
so you.
Is it medicine that you want to do to see if you're
I
alive?
don't
Or?
know. I think I'll get you to tell me what I need to roll.
Yeah, I mean, what's the intention? Just to see if you're okay,
Jeez, that's hard.
if
Yeah.
you're really here, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Investigation check. Then.
Okay. Not great either. That would be a 10.
A 10.
6 and a 4.
Once again, you sort of pat yourself down, looking around. You're in this environment. You definitely sense that you can hear that streaming river underneath that bridge just beyond the scene. You can feel the ground beneath you. You can smell the fresh air, the cold air. You can feel that cold, smooth breeze over your skin. You're here. You seem to be alive and relatively healthy, considering. Looking around, your companions certainly do not. And you cast this spell in this area, so that certainly worked.
Alright, so as Mara says that, I pat myself down and kind of huff at her and turn back around and go, I'm not quite sure what happened to me. Maybe some demon trickery of some kind.
Thorum said you'd been taken.
I thought I was. I could see the body beneath me.
What do you mean the body?
Almost an illusion of myself.
You're, as in you dead?
Apparently not, and I do a real, like a curtsy, but not like a, I'm trying to look for the word, but I can't think of it.
Well, while you think of it, make me a performance check.
Where is that word? I was here yesterday.
Sarcastic curtsy.
A sarcastic curtsy. All right, let's see if you pull it off.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yet I understand.
Sakurt.
Yeah.
19?
19.
No, 9.
A 9.
9.
No, your curtsy is completely genuine. As in, you look at it and you think that is probably the best curtsy that is. Like, he's actually thanking you, like, considerably.
Can I
With
sense
that
the
action.
sarcasm though?
No, nothing. Like, there's no sarcasm at all.
What's going
I'm just
on?
gonna like. I don't have a crown. Anyway, weird.
Very
Thorum, are
weird.
you okay?
No. But I'm not terribly badly injured. I'm just spent.
Dawson,
Oh, Dawson Fire.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Oh.
That's really, really
Yeah.
kind.
That is
I
awesome.
hope
Also,
you're-
I'm really glad you stuck with that name from
Oh.
however many years ago
Yeah.
because it's a cool
15
name.
years ago.
15 years ago, that's right.
That's really kind. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I hope you're enjoying
Came
it.
up with it when he was 13.
Thank you.
Do we know that person?
No, I'm just psychic.
We know him now.
It's in the comments.
Yes, we do.
After hearing
I'm sorry.
that,
Yeah.
can I turn to Thorum? Did I see the damage that he took? Because he was the
Oh,
closest?
definitely. You were there. Yeah.
My spleen hurts.
I walk up to Thorum. I saw what you tried to do for me, and I lay out both my hands as a green light envelops my hands, and I cast some Cure Wounds.
Go for
Ooh.
it. Roll me some healing damage.
Healing damage.
damage.
because he's a
On that note, is it possible to attempt that con save if the moment hasn't gone to? I'm actually not familiar with this.
So just essentially roll me a 10 or above, and it's kept.
Okay.
Skittles.
It's not. Con save. Oh, Flash of Genius myself, and that would be an 11.
Wow, you just say.
And with that, there was
Thank
only
you,
one
Joseph.
round gone, so there should be 54 seconds or
Correct.
so. If that aura is still up, I'll just pump. So let's say, how many would that be? Like for a minute, you get another 9.
Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
do it.
If that's all good to roll health, I'll chuck say 5 of those rolls into Thorum,
Perfect.
a couple into me, one into Amara, and one into Gunnar.
No problem at all. Go for it.
You get 8 from me.
8 from Rook.
Thank you.
So much heal.
So you'll get 3.
Are you okay?
No, no, because it's 2s and 1s.
As this is going on, as the healing is being emitted, and while Dravago counts that up, what else would everybody like to do?
What's happening?
Just gonna lie there and absorb this heal.
Okay, cool.
And
You get 24.
Wow.
With
nice.
but that was... Look how many ones are in that.
Yeah, there's quite a few. I'm so sorry.
You'll get 8.
8.
You'll also get 8.
I've hung out with Michaela for too long.
You get 8
Oh, me.
HP.
Sorry.
And that is a very selfish roll because that's where all the good ones are. 16, 20 doubled with the parapet of Wind Cloaker.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
You're fine.
Heal yourself.
How do you know I'm fine?
Because the giant elk went.
What elk? I don't know about any elk.
What was that thing?
it was a demon.
I think. Did you mean the elk?
No, not. Wow. No, not the elk. That was weird, right? We were all standing in the tavern, and then we're out here now.
And it looks different.
It looks very different. And I mean, I don't want to draw any conclusions, but illusion seems to be the theme.
Have any people started to come out?
With that shout, no one. No one has answered that call. No windows had opened, no doors creaking, no people peering through. Whatever brigands that were here, as far as you're aware, the only people you know that are still in this village are the people in the inn. Well, the bartender, that is, but the others had dispersed when the fighting started.
In the inn is the building just 10 feet to my right.
Looking over now that you're outside, this building could not be big enough to hold that many patrons where you once that you were in. This particular building now appears only as a small home, and there's no more sign up the front that says Rotting Beer as the inn name. It simply appears to be a residence. One-story, straw-thatched roof, quite neat home.
Can I roll a... again, you choose Arcana or a History check to understand who Taita Villas?
Absolutely. I'll get you to roll me a history check, please.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
On?
It's just on myself.
Okay.
So
Yes.
I can, like, perceive around me
Sure.
living creatures, sort of like a radar.
Certainly.
Not necessarily living creatures, anything that has thoughts.
Go for it.
So I'm gonna like stretch my mind out, and I'm just going to. I have a 30-foot radius,
Good.
so I will start walking around these houses, not too close, but just sort of stretching out to see if I can hear or feel anything inside them with people.
Okay. What'd you roll?
Not great again. 7.
A 7. And you were trying to find out.
Yeah, I'm just mulling over the information I heard from the demon and Taita Villas in league.
You
with
do recognize that
Resident
name immediately, and that's the name of the demon who called himself Tartavilius. Was the demon that you had captured, and way back when had the ability to summon under
Literally
your control.
flicking through my notes to find that because I feel like I wrote it down.
Under your control, you're able to summon a demonic being to assist you, and it was called by that name. And it is, in fact, now with that role, you know that demon's real true name to be Tim Curry. It is not. It is not.
We played it.
So that's all you remember. You don't recall anything about how you captured it or what it's doing currently, what it said it would be doing. Not sure. Yes.
So looking up at the sky and maybe like trying to look at the horizon, just going off the angle of the sun and whatnot. Are we still roughly where we were? Have we been moved somewhere else, or are we?
The sun is probably the only thing, apart from the very wide distance that you can see. Looking in the distance, you see that. Now I want to watch the Three Musketeers. You see that the horizon looks the same. The position of the sun hasn't changed. So, do me a favor and roll me a survival check.
You don't survive.
Can you imagine that was a roll?
12.
12.
You don't
As
survive.
far as you know,
Is it
you
bad?
are still in the same place, the same spot, Yurlag. And you have moved a little bit west of where you were, which was Shun. And so that all looks accurate. The timeline and that instant travel.
I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic at 4th level.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast it. I'm gonna place my palm on the ground
Mm-hmm.
and just cast it emanating around us.
And that's also 30 feet, isn't it?
That's at 120 feet.
Oh, never mind me.
Um,
Okay. I know my rules.
So I've seen this spell get cast before,
Yeah.
right? And I see Thorum start to do this spell, and I'm like, oh god.
Is it possible if I join Thorum, put my hand on his shoulder, and use my natural explorer to just like kind of resonate through him about, because like, we can't become lost with that. So with my understanding about what's going on, to see if it is actually magic, unless it's magical.
Sure.
Oh yeah, so absolutely. If you come over, I'll definitely tell you what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Look at the sun and see.
Okay, yeah.
if it's moved.
Do you need me to roll a perception check to see? I go towards Thorum, who's just next to me, and say, I can see what you're doing. Let me join you. And I put my hand on his shoulder, and I kind of just take a glance over and reiterate about what I know about your lag and the natural area of things.
Okay. Good.
Okay, well, if that's the case, and we are where we think we are, and slap my hand on the ground and I'll cast that spell.
Could you roll me, as though you do need to roll the dispel magic? So just roll a d20 and add your spell modifier, please.
That is 11.
11. Okay. So here's what
Is that
happened.
which
Total.
spell modifier?
That's my is it +3? Sorry, that is a 7. My apologies. I added my spell attack.
Oh, that was a
Oh
bad roll.
no! Take the other one. Take it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your honesty. That's why I love these guys.
Are we flanking this spell?
I killed this spell.
So, as your hand slams into the ground, that spell emanates outward from you and disperses whatever magic seems to be in the area. At the same time, Gunnar, you are walking around trying to figure out if there's any beings in this area. And you find, Thorum, that now everything around you is as it should be. Nothing goes back to that frosty ground that was. Nothing turns back into that frigid, cold feeling you had. You simply are a lot more comfortable in this Yurlag, in this village, although there's still no one around you. And yet, Gunnar, you see this, you glance over and see Thorum cast a spell you've cast before, so you're familiar with it. But then, you do hear something. A thought. Coming from
This music is
what
too
seems
positive.
to be the stairs, the small set of stairs on that top right-hand home. Just a thought that says in your mind, are they that powerful? I wonder. and this feeling of curiosity, mirth. But there's a hint of danger, to its thoughts.
Fear?
No. Confidence. You don't see where this voice is coming from, but you know its direction.
So, northeast.
Yep. Basically, about 10, 15 feet away from where Thurum's spiritual hammer is still flickering in the air.
I'll let that go.
And it disappears.
So it's outside. The direction it's coming from is outside, not inside one of the buildings.
Correct.
But
On the stairs.
I can't see it, even with my robe. Someone's watching us. Someone is watching us.
I crack a big smile and I walk towards him and say in just a normal tone, "From where?"
And he points to the stairs where that home sort of has this very small elevation, and that's why there's only 3 steps that guide it down to the ground.
Right. I point past the house down there and say, "Ah, yes, I see the one you're pointing at," and I point in a totally opposite direction. I say it quite softly though.
Can I at will detect fiends or demons within the area of the map?
And you immediately, as you hear this conversation, cast your mind out, and you don't sense anything in that distance anymore. And that confirms that whatever demon was here fighting you is now gone as well.
I think we're safe here now, friends, for the meantime.
While this is all going on, I'll kind of be a bit disjointed from this conversation. Are the bodies of the Warforged still there?
The bodies of the Warforged, yes, they are surrounding that same spot, and a few in between the 2 houses on the right.
Well, yeah, while this is going on, I won't really be paying, kind of half listening, but more focused on that. I'll fly off the roof down to, it was kind of near where Gunnar was, where we were fighting
Yep.
the ones from the rotting beer at the start.
Yep.
So 2 things. I'll kind of keep an eye out for the amethyst that dropped when Arik got smashed up.
You do, with an investigation check, yes, you will be able to.
Speaking of, I'd like to find my throwing dagger.
Investigation. Because that's a
good
really
modifier.
big heap of metal and wood now.
It's a 12.
A 12? Yeah, you find that pretty easily. You know what you're looking for, so that is beneficial.
So I'll pocket that kind of absent-mindedly, and I'll go to the Warforged bodies, and I'll just start casting the mending cantrip, trying to sort of patch up any small, like obviously larger things more than the foot aren't going to get done, but I'll try and I guess show some respect to the bodies and kind of like beautify them as much as possible, and then drag them around to a nicer area and try to lay them to rest. Just absent-minded, keeping an ear out but not paying too much attention to what's going on with the others.
Alright, and as you move over to attempt to start using your magical ability to mend it together, what did you roll, Amara?
And that one.
And that one, okay. You do not find those throwing daggers at the moment, no. As you continue to scurry and
I'm gonna delete that from my inventory.
and move bits and pieces aside on the ground and scour that grass, and nothing emerges. Yes?
I'm going to turn to Gunnar and say very loudly, "So you're saying the village is empty?" And I'm going to say lower, "What manner of creature is in that house? And how do you know it's there?
I can feel it.
Is it a danger?"
Yes.
Look towards the house and how far away is Rook?
Rook, in terms of feet, if you're walking away from him, he'll be... Because you didn't move, Rook, did you? From that space?
I would have been close to Thorum because I healed him, but yeah, he would be moving away from me. It's
Yeah.
fine, I think. Yeah.
So you would probably go there. By that stage, you'd probably be about 20 feet away.
Okay, I'm going to say in a low voice to Rook.
Mm-hmm.
Rook, there's still something here. And I point towards the house. But not like gunner pointed. A discreet ranger point.
Make me a sleight of hand check, please.
Nah. It was like gunner's point. It was a 2.
A 2? Okay.
No, you stand there like.
As the obvious pointing occurs, and you see Thorum do exactly what Gunnar described, suddenly, in that direction, sitting, appears to be shimmering into existence, and smoking on a pipe, long, thin wood emanating from its mouth, and this small opening that this orc, deep green skin, almost grey, but heavily scarred. This ponytail, a very slick back, black hair in a small ponytail on the back, muscular arms, muscular legs, in this robe, it seems, of brown, and one eye completely missing, and this large socket where this eye should be, this crooked nose, bulbous, sits this orc. Well, I see that you've done well. Very good. Tell me,
Sean Connery.
who are you, and what are you doing here? How did you escape the illusion?
Well, we're part of a travelling circus. This is Rook the Second, and I'm Chook.
Fascinating. You all seem to be formidable in your fighting ability. But I wonder. And he takes another puff of smoke. With this one eye, he sort of looks back and forth between you all. And his voice is low, but it's firm, and it's reaching all of you. With this traveling circus that you all are, how did you best this Orthon demon that was pitted against you? I'm curious. How did you also detect my thoughts? It is but a very curious thing.
Do I see Dravago trying to attend to the Warforged?
Yep.
Warforged? I pipe up then and say, if you're so curious, help us here then with our friend.
What is he doing?
Laying others to rest.
Shall I assist you, Forge, in your plans?
If you have the ability to fittingly put these souls to rest, then yes, I will
How
take
do
your help.
you see this done correctly? And I would be more than happy to assist.
Just something simple and respectful.
Very well. And with his other hand, he simply holds it out and starts to move the hand downward. And you can see that as these Warforged lie, the ground beneath them starts to move over the top. The soil, like thousands of crawling insects, start to cover these beings, and they simply sink. And you can see the soil move over the top to form this slight overlay, and they are simply covered within moments. I'm sorry, I do not know their names, but Perhaps that will suffice.
I appreciate your assistance there.
Appreciation is irrelevant. I am at a bit of a bind. I came here to investigate why my domain was being attacked, overrun. Now I see the Warforged and the demons have formed this alliance. Now I see that Tiamat stays trapped while the illusionist Fraser Blue is attempting to overtake all of this. It is confusing. This entire area of his domain, this area from here, way up until the demon wastes, now affected by these illusions, his power being emitted farther and farther from his home. This is not my ideal situation.
Who are you?
He sort of stretches his back a little and you can hear some cracks. He sort of uses one hand to steady himself as he gets back up. I'm sorry for my rudeness. You may know me as Grumsh. At your service.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I'm sorry, Grumps. At your service.
I'm gonna call you Gramps.
Grumps?
I prefer my proper name, if you will.
Which is Gromsh.
Grumsh is correct.
And who do you serve, Gromsh?
I serve... It is an agreement.
Will this agreement be with the three from the Demon West?
I serve the orcs, and they serve me.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I know who this guy is?
No, you can roll me a religion check though.
Okay.
Can I also roll insight, if that's okay, to just see if there's any underlying threat to what he's saying, or if he's being truthful in everything that he's communicating?
Absolutely. Go for it. What did you roll for your religion?
15.
Okay.
Why? 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah.
He's saying everything matter-of-factly. There's no deceit. There's a slight tone of concern. But that's all you gauge. Rook, looking at this creature, what it looks like, what it did as it emerged from nothing and started to speak to you. The way that its voice is clear, almost as though he was talking right next to you. It cannot be anyone else but Grumsh, the god of the orcs, and also known as One Eye.
I don't know if I'm overstepping. Is this the same one that follows, well, the orcs that follow Burlak? Pray to him?
Those orcs, some do, some don't. It depends on, and most do, actually, most do. And with that, as you come to that realization, we will now take a 10-minute break, and
I'm so hungry.
we are going to have
So hungry.
a quick bite to eat. And I am going to try and fix that echo because I would love to
Screenshot the audio settings that are in OBS now and then compare them to the ones on the other OBS.
I think I know where the problem is, but I will see if I can. But if I can't, that's okay. I mean, it's working in this screen, so I can just keep it here. But I'm going to do some still online little jiggling around, but we will take a 10-minute break. I'll be back in maybe 5 minutes. You might see me just talk to you and, Phil. But otherwise, we will see everybody otherwise in 10 minutes.
Make
Excellent.
sure you eat.
I will eat. Absolutely, I will eat. Thank you. All right. See you soon. All right. Thank you. We're just doing the setup thing, which I think I know the reason why that it wasn't working. So I'm just gonna check that out just while we're waiting for everybody else to come back. Let me see. Yes, audio engineering, correct. Fizz, let me try something first. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, no. I know. It's gonna add audio because I know why. Hold on. I think I know why. Okay, so now I would love it if I could have a mic check from the chat to see whether that has helped resolve it. Hopefully, cross fingers. I would love your opinions and your love, and thank you very much for letting me know too. That's very appreciated. No change. Bugger. Okay. Damn. Darn it. Let me see. Interesting. Let's go remove that one. Thank you very much. There. Oh. Testing 1, 2, 3. No echo. Did that work? Meow, 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 meow. Meow. You can see my nerdy side. Meow, meow. Excellent. Great. Well, that's excellent. Thank you so much for letting me know. That's awesome. If you wanted to maybe empathize, if anyone else has technical issues and sound issues specifically, I'd love to know from you. Maybe connect with me on I know, right? No, so the issue, Promethean, was in Streamlabs, I didn't have my shotgun microphone connected at all. And then I did add it, but I think I added it just more than once, and I think that just had a resonating effect. The bother is Streamlabs has been open for so long. I no longer see, it's just a bit of a bug, but I no longer see the volume going up and down when someone speaks. So I actually don't know when or if I've got like a microphone running or not. So that was just a bit of a guess actually. But I'd love to connect with anybody who actually does have or had any sound issues with Streamlabs and this sort of thing, and if you had any tricks, because I'd be forever grateful. It is actually time to come back, so I am going to quickly go to be right back again, and then I'll come back, and then everyone will be there. So I'll let everyone know we are going back right this moment. I'll be back soon. I really need to call that something different. Welcome back, everybody. I just surprised everybody here. Sorry. I was actually going to say before everyone else came back that the giveaway has begun, and it should be on Twitter as we speak. So I'm scared. So get on that and follow the instructions to be in the running to get an etched paladin class glass, thanks to Meeples and Dragons, and we will draw this in 2 weeks. Promethean, my roast leopard can't Henrietta more than OBS Studio, and for a wannabe musician, I'm rubbish to audiology. Look,
I didn't know Promethean was a wannabe musician. That's cool.
I reckon, as humble as he sounded in the stream that I helped that I DM'd him, I'm sure he's much better than what he makes out to be. But that's all good, Promethean. Yeah, so get on that giveaway.
He also really needs to know what caused the sound issue. That's the other.
Oh no, I told him. I told him. Stand your Yetis. Actually, we have a bit of a problem with one of the Yetis at the moment. So that is a very good suggestion. However, unfortunately, one of our Yetis has stopped. Well, the cable is kind of broken.
Seeked out professional advice and been told this is the best way to have them for how we are set up.
Apparently, but
we could be lied to though. Who knows?
Yeah, correct. But thank you, Fayez. I'll fix that cable, and we will do another audio check with them a bit more upright. So, shall we bring it in again?
Yes.
Excellent. So as we continue, Grumsh is standing up, and he is just observing you with this one large green eye, just looking at you all. So who are you really? A bunch of entertainers? I don't think so. I feel like you are warriors, heroes, perhaps. Your faces look familiar.
I'm struggling hard. Thorum's struggling hard not to say it.
Did he say his name, or did he just damn it. Did he say his name, or did he did Rook just?
Rook just knew.
Okay.
Rook hasn't said anything yet. Who are you really? You don't wear the costumes of clowns, jesters. You have no...
That's actually, that's a really offensive stereotype.
Well, with orcs,
Who do you think we are?
heroes that have traveled far, that have met with gods in the past, that wear mighty weapons, that emulate vast and extinct beings, as he looks at you, Thorum, that speak to mighty brethren like myself. I feel like I am in the presence of royalty. The orcs certainly know who you are. You have entered, or just about to enter, the demon wastes. And with that, you must know that there will be illusions that appear perhaps from here until your deed here is done. Or they could be sporadic. simply depends on where his sights are. Welcome back, D20.
I'm gonna look up and say, "Do you have anything that could help the 5 get through these elements?"
Gives you a bit of a smirk.
He knows who we are.
And you see these cut up teeth, as though the jaw has bitten down on metal, and you can see cracks in the teeth, large fangs, and this tongue that's cut up as well. Well, the 5. I am in royalty, in the presence. It is an honor, and must I say, what you have done so far has helped my kin greatly. You have circumvented their potential demise, perhaps without even knowing it.
On the map behind you, whereabouts would we find the home of the orcs?
The home of the orcs. Make me a history check.
Blah.
Love that you have a sound effect for every bad roll.
That's a 10.
A 10? To your knowledge, the orc race is scattered. So, in much more numerous number than Warforged, but half-orcs and orcs reside in many places, all over, major cities, the Shadow Marshes, Dargoon, Kobara, all of these other places house them in the thousands upon thousands, and they mix in and have some sort of relationship, amicable or not, with the other races of Corvair. So, where in the Demon Wastes are you going? Where is your destination?
I'm gonna look over at Rook and then in his mind say, should we tell this person that we're seeking the Lord of Blades? And I'll give him the ability to reply.
That's instantaneous. As this conversation is going on, and what I understand, the Kobara orcs are the ones that are with Purback. Is that right?
In fact, no. The orcs of the Eldeen Reaches are, and that particular group that protects the Eldeen Reaches from the demons that spew from Khyber all reside on that border. So on this shadow, just beyond the Shadow Crags.
Yeah, okay. Just to not get them confused. I do not feel any hostility from him. But the demon wastes and everything that we've had to deal with from here on in is full of illusions. I need a moment to tell you what I heard from the demon before he
It's in
disappeared.
my head.
Correct.
Can you tell me now in my head? Me and Rook are just like,
A demon named Titavilus is in league with Frazzlebloom. From what I understood from our mercenary friend that dispelled me from this plane. If that's what I am to understand what happened.
do I recognize that name as
Yes.
as a demon that we can summon?
To be fair, roll another history check, just because he had to. Just to see if you do recognize that name. What'd you roll?
A 7.
You do. Again, you remember the same thing that Rook did. That you captured a demon who called himself Tardavilius, but you're not quite sure. You can't quite remember the circumstances surrounding it.
That was in. No, I won't metagame. That's fine.
Isn't that the same demon that we managed to get on our side that we could recall?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly right.
it was in by Seilu's.
Its name wasn't Totovilus though, was it? It was start with an F.
But that's the name that Orthon
Told
told you about.
Okay, sorry, that was a
No, that's fine.
metagame there.
No, that's okay.
It was a talk out of.
Yes.
Wow,
Character.
impressive. We remembered.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have the name somewhere.
Hey, isn't that the demon that we could summon at one point in time? What happened to that guy? Maybe we should try. No, let's not do that. Let's not try to say that.
Perhaps Frazzle Bloom's been clouding our memory that we shouldn't remember his name. Maybe I should search through my notebook to find out what it is.
Maybe I should do the same. If you didn't know, I keep a journal.
I believe if days were episodes, it would be somewhere around 17.
Actually, that's
Probably pretty accurate.
pretty accurate.
I don't remember the name.
We don't have that one on film.
Yeah.
So to thank you for that information, Rook, but to ask you my
To your
question
point, I think we
again.
can trust him.
So we should tell him.
We should tell him.
After that instantaneous conversation within our heads, where it was just like,
And done.
gonna look at everyone and then just say, we're going to find the Lord of Blades.
Yes, I heard.
Yeah, so that's why we're going to the Demon Wastes. We
Well.
have our contacts.
What is the Lord of Blades doing? What is it? What is he trying to achieve?
Well, big picture, probably some form of world domination, but what are you going to do?
Do you know where he is exactly, in comparison to where we are now? You're like.
We know his rough path.
I can tell you.
What
If
do you want
did
in
not
return?
know already. Amara, I'm here not to ask for favors, but to offer them. As I said, you all have circumvented the wiping out of the race I hold dear to my heart. The beings known as the Orcs are saved because of you all. If you had not felled by Selyu, her next goal was far more far-reaching than you may have discovered.
She was serving Frazzleblue.
Yes, a pawn, but
God, she was a fucking bitch. An absolute bitch. Kind of miss her in comparison to some of the other people that we've dealt with, though. That Malestra, man, we need to kill her.
Malestra is also a pawn, but one of more might, more dangerous, and she may actually survive the fallout here.
She is a cockroach. She just keeps nearly dying, and then you've revived her, and now
I regret how many times I've saved her life.
Remember that time that she was nearly crushed by the Warforge?
I could have just left her there.
Yeah. You should have.
Circumstances aside, this is the situation that we are in.
And so what favors have you come to offer us?
I see, like yourself, Thulram, you have many magical items. I implore you use them.
Yes, we could do a better job at that.
One of you has the ring to see past these illusions.
Not me.
Who has the
it,
ring of
guys?
true seeing?
I think you've got that, Gunner.
I'm not wearing it.
Check your inventories.
Have it. Because I don't. It's gonna be awkward now if I do. Yeah, I don't have it. I have a purple gemstone.
Gunnar, I believe, just for the purposes of this, it's okay if you don't remember, but you were given it. So you have the ring of true seeing on you.
I thought I got rid of it.
We don't have that anymore. It's gone. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not in my inventory.
Okay. It was given to you, so for the purposes of this, it'll still be on your person.
Okay.
Yep.
I think we put it back in the
Bag of holding, potentially. Yep, that's fine. But you will have it. And who's holding the bag of holding?
Yeah, pretty sure Thorum.
It is you.
Ah, that's right. I reach into the bag and rifle around a bit, and I pull out the ring of true seeing.
Okay. It's Promethean, amazing. As you name the ring and you take it out of the bag of holding, the familiar magic courses through your hands. And are you putting it on? Or are you just holding it at the moment?
I look towards the others. Does anyone seem particularly interested in the ring? Do you mind? I asked the group.
Be my guest. Did not know existed.
Guest.
Mhm.
Guest.
I'm happy for you to wear it.
Alright.
I put it on.
As you
Probably
do,
useful because you're the one that can dispel magic if we need to.
It's a good point.
as you put that ring on, you automatically feel its power. And to your knowledge, it took a little while to attune. As you put it on, however, Grumsh holds his hand out again, and you feel a surge of energy course through you, the energy emanating from the ring itself, and you feel your hand tighten, the muscles all become rigid, and then you relax as he says to you, I have given you power, Thorum. You may use this a number of times a day to attempt to undo Fraser Blue's might.
I alone or the wearer of this ring?
The wearer of the ring. But as you name the illusion, perhaps those around you can see through it as well, if they have the will. But you would need to see and call out what you feel may not really be there for it to have a true effect.
I nod my head. Thank you.
Fraser Blue is behind a veil that even I cannot reach. Perhaps it is time for you to get and receive advice from those you may trust more than me. But I hope that that is a gesture of goodwill, a gesture of thanks.
Parizo was evil, right? Or did we, like... Did we kill someone innocent? I mean, we've...
Yes.
Some of us have killed innocent
Yes, we
people,
killed
but I
all
just...
innocent people.
Are you pointing at me when you did that?
Yeah. Myself included. No, he wasn't innocent. I stand by that choice.
Would you like to know?
I would like to know. Yes. That's why I'm asking.
And he looks towards you all. Shall I share my knowledge to you of the circumstances surrounding Fariso, Dodoletta, the Archmage.
You're making this sound very ominous. Just if you could tell us, that'd be good.
In your travels ahead, and he walks toward you now and stands almost an even distance from each of you, almost in the very center. And as he looks around you all, he turns, and this brown cloak just stays very still even though he moves. This tight rope around his waist. Do not, in your travels ahead, feel shame or guilt on this, for you were indeed tricked. Malestra, a master illusionist's powers given to her by Fraser Blue. She overtook Fariso's mind, making the illusion that she was hurt and suffering from the lava burns in the Moror holds. But instead, she was indeed behind the transformation of Fariso into the great drake which you then felled, besting him, taking full control of his faculties. He had no choice but to attempt to disable you all. She was the true master of evil here.
Can't fucking wait to kill her.
And she was the puppeteer. Fariso truly loved you all, protected you, guided you, did everything within his power to safeguard you from those that were on your path for ill. Therefore, I say again, do not dwell on this, for you yourselves were not to know. He is at peace.
I have but one question for you. Do you count Agnarak among your kind in the afterlife?
The afterlife has not yet welcomed Agnarak.
And you know of him?
For all of the prayers that I receive, his is the most fervent, the most pleading. He is in pain, and he is doing what he can in the situation that he finds himself in. You will know this soon enough, Rook, when you see him next.
Then tell me, if you are the one to hear his pleas,
Would he be free of his binds and return to you? Or would he be seen back to this land?
That will all depend on your actions when you encounter Agnarak again, and what you decide to do.
Alright, no.
So, I know not everything. I can answer other questions that you may have. But for now, know this as well. The Shadow Marshes muster the orcs, and they themselves are marching with giants and goblins and bugbear and hydra towards this place, towards the demon wastes, to aid you in your plight and to bring down the Warforged that are under the banner of the Lord of Blades before he can get to his goal. But he is now there. He is now bargaining. He is now speaking. So you must hurry. And let not Fraser Blue's environment and other phenomena lead you astray. For that is his goal. He sees you now. And he knows that you are in pursuit.
Does anyone else have any questions?
If this orc army considers you revenant to them, do you have a token for us that would identify us as allies of yours, so that they may see us as such?
Make a persuasion check.
Finally.
Broken the curse.
It's a 19.
A 19, okay.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. Seems reiki.
Just to throw something else at you.
Please.
Is, as I've been milling through my mind, or my notes, is Morak someone that we know?
With that check that you did, you gather that is the true name of that demon, not Titavilius.
Yeah.
That was this demon was trying to deceive you. Yes. So yeah, Morak does seem familiar.
How good are notes?
Notes are very, very useful.
Come back to that later.
I'm going to go and read my entire book after this session.
It took me so long.
Session
I don't have
23
notes past session 15.
till 16.
Okay, so what Grumsh does next is he walks up to you, Dravago, and he looks at you and he says, "You are not from here. I have not been to Sigil, but I know of its make, its history. I see that you are from there, made there. Is this true?
It is.
For your honesty and lack of deception." He puts his hand over the socket that is the opening of his eye, and through the socket there seems to be a very tiny eye that gets larger and larger, and he, with a squelching noise and a slight pop,
That's the noise Amara makes. She just like looks away and goes,
Does his eye whisper?
takes out
no.
what looks to be his second eye, but one that is
This episode is now rated R18+.
What did I say?
that's out of his socket, and it's a hole again, and it's now on a small chain of gold, and he hands it over to you, and this thing is fairly dry in your hand as you take it, considering where it came from. It's almost
What?
made of glass.
Happens when you get as old as Gramps.
That's right.
Oh my god, stop.
It's made of glass. And somewhat just shimmers in the light. Bring it back in, guys. And as you held it, it's quite hefty, and he says, "Put it on."
So it's on a chain.
It is.
Then I'll don it over my head.
Okay. He says, "This is a symbol of Grumsh. Take it to them, and you will be at peace with them. They will pass with acknowledgement that you have seen me." However, they will not obey your commands. They will simply leave you at peace.
I'll give him a nodding gesture and just a quick. Tell me, why is it that the gods aren't permitted within the sigil?
He looks at you right dead in the eye and says, "Opening the gates to a prison is not advised when that which dwells within it has the potential to cast us all out."
Give him a follow-up nod, a little bit of reverence in it, but just I'll back up.
So, here is where I leave. You will not see me again.
Ever?
He sort of shakes his head side to side. If victory is won, and the gods reside further, then perhaps. But if all is lost, then there will be no need for our protection. There will be no use for it. You will do well with making haste. The Lord of Blades is, and as he says that word, you all feel yourselves suddenly move, and without you even trying, start to take a step backwards, and you feel queasy in the stomach as you feel your vision suddenly go almost upside down. I need everyone to make Constitution saving throws
For the
as
love of God.
your stomachs almost go on top of itself.
Oof. Nice.
It's been less than an hour since the start of that
Yep.
battle, so you'll still get a +1.
That's 10.
20.
27.
Whoa.
Massive, dude.
He doesn't have a stomach.
19.
16.
Okay. Everyone but you, Thorum, are fine. Thorum, you succeed in just turning in time and just vomit onto the ground as your stomach just takes this just overwhelming, sickening feeling as you all, the rest of you, just hold that feeling down as much as possible and just swallow bile. And you don't feel anything. And you suddenly find yourselves no longer surrounded by homes, but in a different place. Again, looking around, the air is thick. The rocks and craggy peaks around you are red and brown and sharp and inhospitable. You almost see in the distance that shimmer of heat that you normally see if you are looking far ahead on a hot summer day. Yes.
Does this look like the demon waste to me?
That'll just be an intelligence check, please.
Can I join in on that?
Yeah.
Is this Yarlag?
You were, it seems, in Yerlag, but now you don't see the same village anymore.
Do you want to take a separate roll or do you want me to?
Well,
You can make your own intelligence check, please.
reason why I ask is because Ragav teleported us to where he knew Yarlag was.
Yep.
And we haven't moved
And that was
really.
confirmed by this orc
Okay.
that you were in Yerlag
Can
just
I-
a moment before.
Can I ask, similar concept, different thing?
Yeah.
I want to try and determine, because I've seen a lot of prophecies at this point, a lot of them, and a lot of them involve sitting on peaks. So I want to see if, based on what I'm looking at, if it seems familiar to any of the prophecies that I've looked at.
Sure. Yeah, make an intelligence check for that, just see if you recall. Thorum?
Just modify.
That was 11.
11.
That's not good.
Well, it's enough. You don't recognize this particular mountainous area. You see, as you look towards the left and into the distance, this mountain range, it seems, just continues on and on. And as you look to your right, you see that it descends, but stays that hot, like mountainous, difficult terrain without any vegetation at all. And you recall reading that this is a similar plain or a similar area to what the Demon Wastes would look like. In fact, Shadow Crags does come up in the literature that you recall. And the Shadow Crags would be any of that length of mountainside.
Alright. So I'm going to turn to the others and say, I think we're in the Shadow Crags, but I can't tell much more than that.
Rook,
What was the check that you wanted me to do?
intelligence.
Double. Well, that's not massive. So 8.
You didn't roll high enough. I'm sorry. You're not
Yeah.
quite sure.
It's hot.
It is quite hot where you are. You do see though that an odd thing as you just look out with your natural perception. One of the large boulders that's about 15 feet in front of you is ever so slightly hovering and just above the ground, floating.
20.
20. Okay. You recall instantly that there are no specific events that happened in the dragon prophecies that you remember that relate to this particular area of this new mountainside that you are now in. Above you, the peaks go higher and higher and more vertical on an angle. I need you as well, Rook, because you've proficient. Actually, anyone who is proficient with it, roll me a survival check. So check your survival skill, and if you're proficient with it, you can roll me a survival check, please.
Can I roll? Survival?
I'm
Yes.
proficient with.
If it's in relation to the area, if you can tell me, that'd be great. But it's a 21,
It is in relation to the area you're in.
so that's a 42.
Good. Tell me more.
Mountains is my proficient area, and I get double my roll.
Excellent. Okay. So it's not double your proficiency, is it?
Your
Just
proficiency
double
bonus is
check.
double for proficiency. Oh, hang on, wait there.
Your proficiency bonus.
You have a survival. You have a terrain type. Your proficiency bonus is double for proficiency skills.
So that is a yes. I'm sorry to say
expertise then.
yes. So the actual roll isn't doubled. Apologies. 42.
It's an 18.
Yeah.
Plus 18 whatever you roll.
So 18 doubled then.
Oh, so 36.
36, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's enough. Still quite high. So, with your understanding, the way that you're facing to the left is west. So west would lead then into the Demon Wastes. On the right, as the mountainside descends, you are looking at then going into, and you do see it in the far distance below cloud cover. Just peeking through the cloud cover, you see forests. Beautiful green lush forests in the far distance down. So this is a vastly tall mountainside. And then
So that was south?
Pardon?
That was south?
So east you're looking at forest, west you're looking at the extra mountain, but then beyond that the Demon Wastes.
Yeah, okay.
Directly in front of you is north, because in the far distance again you feel that the air gets a little bit colder, and then the mountain range becomes further and further away, so you feel like in front of you is north, and that would be the Ice Horn Mountains, and that means that you have come from behind you, the south, where Yerlag is. But how far? You'd probably say with that roll you're most likely going to be directly east of Maruk Dar.
Yeah, so we're further out from where Yarlag town was, wasn't it?
Yerlag is there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but how many centimeters out?
No, that's so good.
5,200,000.
Okay, so we're a bit displaced from where we were.
So you're from there. You are basically here.
Okay. And with that roll and what you told me, I would have an understanding of a safe path through the mountains into the
you know of a path, but it's not safe. If you're wanting to traverse this sort of mountain range, you're going to need some climbing equipment.
Who's got traveler's pass?
We flew.
I have a tent.
I have hands.
Oh, I do. I have
The pit.
pittons.
Yeah.
I have 10 of them. Yes. I'm making the journey alone.
So, around you, there is this heated wind, and this humidity almost overtakes you. This high, it should feel cold. There was a brisk breeze in the lower parts of Yerlag, where Yerlag was almost at sea level, but up here, it's opposite, cold. And as you look around you, you see nothing but dangerously high angled mountains and cloud cover on the east. What would you like to do?
Is there like a clear path down, or is it just a sheer drop? Even like a goat track or something of that nature?
Make an investigation check for me.
It's a 9.
9. Having a bit of a look for the next few minutes, there's no visible walking track or anything of the sort. It's as though you may have really been the very first people to traverse this place, this particular part of the mountains, potentially.
How far of a sheer fall does it look to be?
Not a sheer fall, not going downward back towards the Aldine reaches, not towards that cloud, but if you did slip, you would fall a fair way. You'd sustain a fair bit of damage. The angle is about 40 to 50 degrees, with pitfalls as well in between that.
How far do we need to go?
I'm just gonna shoot you something.
Sure.
Does anyone have a precise location of the little blades?
Well, no.
Specifying all mountain areas.
Yeah, this is mountain areas.
Yeah.
Yep,
So we can't be slowed moving through them?
that's
Or
correct.
lost?
How far do we need to go?
How far do I need to go?
So just bear in mind, you'll need to travel an hour to then be familiar. So part of one of the first
Also not
things.
in the mountain areas yet.
Yeah, you are, but you'll need to travel for an hour within it to then have the effect.
Oh, okay.
So while traveling for an hour or more in that terrain.
Right, so after Gunnar says that,
I've never been here before, but I think I could navigate us through these mountain regions within a few hours. I can see a slight path through here and there. They may keep us safe.
Yeah, but physically, distance-wise,
I can't see too far beyond my own eyes. And it's an uphill travel
oh, we're not on a mountain. We are?
on it. But I believe it's still
You're on a very small platform
Okay.
that separates other platforms with these craggy peaks
Okay.
and these loose rocks.
How high up are we?
How high up? Well, you can make me a survival check now, if you wanted to find out.
Could I not use my intelligence to guess?
Yeah, I can let that happen. Yeah, roll me an intelligence check.
15.
Looking to the left and to the right, you gauge that you are probably about maybe 2,000 meters above sea level.
Okay, so we're pretty high. Can I see which way do we need to go?
Not at all.
Well, the Lord of Blades was going to the Demon Waste to do this bargaining, so I assume over the mountain to the west. I don't know his specific location, but if Gramps set us here, it would be logical that we need to go up over the mountain.
Do you look at me as you say Gramps?
Yeah.
I have a laugh.
Gramps.
I have a laugh and then I go, guys,
Grumps.
just quickly, Thorum's not feeling well and we should probably take care of him.
Pretty sure it was a teleport. Did it always feel like that when someone teleports you?
Yeah.
No, a little bit, but you just were affected by it more specifically this
Are
time.
you okay? Do you need some rations or...
I think we need to rest. That demon stabbed me in the spine like 4 times.
Clip that.
friend, might I put your mind at ease, but I think you are right. There could be a place that we can make encampment here in the mountains before we descend down.
Oh my god, guys! For so long we've been travelling together. I have a tent. It only fits 2 people though.
I've got one as well.
Oh my gosh.
I cast Cure Wounds level 3 on Thorum.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that is 17.
17.
Hash pie.
Your spine's looking good.
Thank you.
Is your spine different to ours because it's?
It's got knife wounds in it, yeah.
But you've always hunched a little bit. Like,
Yes.
you take
It's almost
proper
like you've got a lot
posture.
of weight on your shoulders, like the weight of the world.
I'd stand
It's
up
like-
straight.
It's like fate is gripping
Maybe
you by
if
the
you
shoulder.
stood straighter, your back wouldn't be such a target.
You should, if you get the opportunity, give me a posture check. But no, honestly, that's just because most doors are about this
Yes,
level.
you are tall. I forgot this.
I actually physically have that problem in real life.
Is it difficult to hug people at your level?
Pardon? What'd you say?
So is it difficult to hug people at your level?
No, it's fine. I give him a hug.
Okay, he
I will
embraces
say
you.
that
Easy.
it is difficult to keep my neck strong as I look up at you because you are quite tall.
Thank you, I say, hugging. I look up from my hug. I don't
Where are you looking up at? I'm down.
Oh, I look down at Amara.
Okay.
Thank you all, but I still think we should rest before we climb these mountains.
We could fly.
We could, however, when we fly, we are suddenly targets in the sky.
Fly?
Why?
Would you...
For what?
How would you make us fly?
The way I've made you fly before.
He's done it before.
Right.
Can I DM weigh in on this? We've not yet reached the top of the mountain, so we're not sure what might see us when we're there. Perhaps with the elevation, as we descend up by foot, we rest.
Fly? We could fly 5 feet off the ground.
But would that not be the same as walking?
No,
No. Because we
because
would...
one's flying.
Okay, thank you all for making me feel really stupid.
I would
once
actually
again,
agree with Amara. The height advantage gives us nothing at 5 feet. And
No,
then
it does, because it's not difficult terrain anymore.
you won't be having difficult terrain while you travel with me.
Also, we've said since we started discussing tracking down the Lord of Blades that we wanted to be taking him by surprise, if not luring him out, right?
And just
If we
several
travel-
objects
if we
floating in
travel
the
at a
sky
height-
is very...
We don't
He's
know
not
how
on
many.
top of the mountain, is he?
Well, it's not about is he on top of the mountain. It is if we put ourselves in the sky, we become very visible, even at 5 feet.
Alright.
Javago? Thoughts?
I do agree we should rest up after such a battle, but Grumsh did mention that the Lord of Blades is currently bargaining and communing with this fake Tiamat, I guess. So surely time is a bit of a factor here. Perhaps can you cast your magic to make us all sneaky while we fly?
I could. It's not magic though. It's just shadow arts.
Sneaky fly.
I could.
Would it be in
I could
shadows if we're up in
also-
the air? With the sun beaming down on us?
It's not a. My.
You can metagame, it's fine.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to try and
Do it.
explain this. My abilities come from harnessing the shadows and my training. We call our abilities the way of the shadow, and therefore it comes from that training and energy. It doesn't mean it has to be dark. It's
Yeah, by all
better if it
means, if it gives us
is.
an advantage then.
That being said, I
Why not?
could. There is something else I could do. But we would have to all stay very close to each other, and it doesn't last as long. I could make us silent. Completely silent. It would just mean that if anyone else wanted to use their own magic, you wouldn't be able to if it was verbal.
I turn to the group and say, this is an advantage to us to proceed, but the fact remains, a few of you not tired.
Yes, we should rest.
Rest is our first step,
Well,
I think.
If we...
Even just for a short amount of time.
Okay.
Before we do, Char, I've seen you find people at a distance before. Look at them. Can you do this with the Lord of Blades and see if we do have time?
Yes.
Good.
I'll need a moment. Maybe 10
Well,
moments.
Well then, shall we prepare this fabled tent of yours?
maybe we should take some time. Some would say a short rest here while you prepare that. And at least you can maybe
Huh.
eat something.
I have a tent too.
Maybe you can eat something and you can, I don't know.
This is our first short rest.
No, we've had short rests before.
Okay.
When we were gonna cross the lava bridge.
Oh,
We had a short rest
That's
on
right.
the edge of the lava bridge.
Cool.
But yeah, kind of then you can do that. I might just try and meditate for a bit because I was full on.
What time of day is it?
Looking up, you can see the sun is weird in the sky now. It's still the same time of day, which is probably just after midday. But the sun, now that you notice it, is deep red. There's a smoky haze above you now that you're looking up that doesn't help protrude light through. It's as though there are plenty of shadows around you, and it's definitely not as bright as it could be, even above these clouds, especially above these clouds.
If we only rest for 4 hours or so now, we'll be traveling in the dark. Do we want to be traveling in the dark?
We don't have to have 4 hours. We can just have one.
Fair enough.
Perhaps
Yeah.
once Gunner's finished his scrying, you might have a bit more information to go.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And I guess while you're preparing to do your thing, if it's 10 minutes, I'll ask Thorum just to maybe walk a couple of meters off to the side,
I do. That.
and I'll pull out the platinum ring that I made for you back at the Fire's Rest that I never got a chance to give to you, and
Adam Bloom.
gesture it, hand it over to you, and I'm not quite sure of the artwork that I've put on this ring. I mean, no offense if it comes off that way, but I've made this for every member of the group. I didn't have a chance to give it to you before you ducked off for the day in Sharn. But please let me know if the artwork does relive a bad memory or some slight. It is quite changeable, and I'll hand over the ring with the prominent forward-facing dragon head and the two side dragon heads that are kind of like thin-lined. And I noticed that your kin wore the medallions with the 3 dragon heads, and yours only has the 1. That is what the ring symbolises, but it can be changed if it is a slight, an accidental slight.
No, it was quite fitting. It's perfect. I put it on. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on just like the opposite hand. The
Mhm.
one that's wearing the ring of Dispel Illusions.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, my friend.
Perhaps if you have the time at some point, I'd like to hear the story of the difference of your medallions to your kin from Ado.
I cut the other parts off and sold them when I was starving. That's the
That was quick.
That's the whole story. I clapped him on the shoulder.
Well, there you go. If you would like, I can make the the other two heads more prominent, if you would like.
No, I've become used to it this way. And besides, it irritates those at the temple. And it's a nice way of making a point about not being too religious without having to make that point.
You seem to have a complicated relationship with your religion. You showed great sadness and reverence at your friends at Amara's monastery being taken from you. But I've also seen your reluctance to talk to the head priest there.
I was sad not because of what I believe, but because what they believe and what their families believed. There's a great power in belief. Why do you think all these gods keep coming out of the woodwork to do favors for us?
The gods puzzle me. They were not permitted in Sigil. I had no contact with them. And from what I have seen of them here in Eberron, they pop up willy-nilly, and they seem to have the power to do more than what they do.
In your realm, no one believes in them, and they have no power. Correct?
To be honest, their power, Gramps made a grand gesture of giving us a ring that we already had.
Do we already have a ring of that?
The ring of trucing that you have on?
Ah,
I believe that's what you're referring to.
is that the same thing? Ah.
Unless he put it in the bag of holding, but it seems like
He
you were
made,
already in possession of this ring.
he made it more than it was. And his wisdom, and I gesture around the mountains. He brought us here, which is more than we could do for ourselves.
But if the gods can do these feats at the snap of a finger, could they not deal with the Lord of Blades themselves?
Perhaps. You should ask the next time we encounter one.
I've thought of asking. I've also thought that perhaps their ire is not something to draw attention to. I already have one quite powerful being that doesn't seem to want me to live, so yes.
I too have a god that is angry at me.
I'm not sure if mine is a god or not, but talk of it Sigil being a prison I find intriguing.
I find that disturbing. And I prison Sigil. And I look back at the others.
And
So, with
so
that,
you check in on Char.
what's everyone else doing?
We're venturing off the mountain at this point, yeah? Or we
Seemed like
Doing
you
a
were
short-
doing a short rest.
short rest, yeah.
And in that time, do you particularly need to do any healing, Rook, on yourself? Or do you want to? Because if you choose not to, you do have the ability to use up that hour. How long are you resting for? An hour or more?
It'll depend on. I think we discussed it would depend on what Char sees in his scribe.
So we can do that first. But in that time, you can also use that time because it's a minimum of an hour to do that ability that I said would take an hour to then stop any slow movement, difficult terrain, if you wanted.
Yeah, I'll, I guess, focus on that. Checking the surroundings, look for
Cool.
the best routes.
He'll
Okay.
pick up some dirt, rub it on his face.
Yep. You all don't see him anymore.
Eat some.
He is now the nemesis of whatever jungle alien thing that there was.
Predator.
There, Predator, that's the one.
I am a predator.
But, Gunnar,
I'm coming for you.
what are you doing? Are you casting a scrying? Is that what's happening? Yes? And you're trying to contact or see at least where the Lord of Blades is at? Okay. As you close your eyes and in your thoughts attempt to understand the whereabouts of this being. As you are normally used to, your mind initially scatters but then focuses on the west, moving quickly upward, faster than a hawk, above the craggy mountainside and then downward beyond, you feel as you descend past this smog that makes up cloud cover, and where the demon wastes truly starts, you already feel evil emanating from every facet of rock, stone, mountainside. Every broken branch, petrified, that was once a living tree, it gives off this utter and pure evil. And you descend quickly and more quickly, a little bit further south, and you eventuate directly above and behind where the Lord of Blades is currently standing, on a ridge made of rock. Around it you see fogginess, but enough to ascertain that there is an enormous, massive lake directly in front of him, and it is on fire. It is burning so hot that even the spell that you're casting seems to shimmer, as though it's having trouble focusing. This lake encompasses a couple of kilometers in radius, and through it there seems to be, just shooting upward from it, winged beasts of all different sizes, and they seem to simply fly upward and disappear as the Lord of Blades now appears more into focus in front of you, and you see metal that has been built on top of each other, layers and layers, and huge bits that have been cut out and put just haphazardly onto shoulders and sides. When you first saw the Lord of Blades, he was probably ogre height, just short of ogre height and mass.
Did you nearly say Hoga?
No, ogre. But now,
I got really excited about that.
But now, this being is about 4 times the size. Almost, you akin it to the size of what the storm giant that you met was.
Whoa.
And this being is carrying this enormous book in 2 hands, and now that you see it, these hands and arms not only contain metal, but flesh. I'll just skip over that bit then.
Too
Too much? Okay, too much.
Too bad.
Almost like grafting skin on metal, but bits here and there, and within you see in like it's an open warforged arm, you see some cables and some wires, and then right next to them some tubes where blood is forming and moving, and you see it yelling. What languages do you know?
Warforge.
Common, Draconic, Elvish, Gith,
In
Goblin.
Draconic, you hear it yell into this fiery pit, where just above the layer of shimmering embers, glowing, rears its head 6 enormous draconic faces of different colors, all attached to one body of a gargantuan size, and it seems to be simply floating just above the surface, moving, each head acting independently of the other. These massive maws crashing down on each other, drinking in this fire. And the Lord of Blades, you start hearing this conversation, and through me, you will have prestige, my queen, as I with your banners high, and you released, we shall end this world and make it yours. What say you?
We're fucked.
It's Barclays.
It's Barclays.
Oh my god, imagine if he did take some of
Now, as you listen to that, Thorum, from what you sent me, when did you want to do this?
For my next long rest.
Before your next long rest. At the moment, you're having a short. So, are you saying? I mean, you tell me more specifics if you'd like, but you could do it in time from now. So it's up to you.
I'll RP it when it comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I don't remember, but do you roll this or do I?
I roll that.
Okay. Perfect.
Percentile.
It is. Whenever you want to roll it, you just need to let me know. Okay. Cool. Are you doing anything?
Sus.
Are you doing anything so far, Gunnar, with what you've seen?
What colour's the flesh?
It is
Barclays.
like a light to pale pink.
So it's just
Human
flesh?
humaning.
There's not going to be any other races mixed in there?
Make a perception check.
With advantage? Like an orc?
Yeah, you're casting the spell. I'll give it to you.
Medium rare.
Frankenforged.
Make that race now.
22.
22, yeah. Green flesh. Blue as well. So there's some blue, there's some green, there's some
Jeez.
blackened flesh as well.
Black?
Not burnt, but seemingly unscathed, but just of a different race. Perhaps drow.
Okay.
So there are different race types that were taken on board by this Lord of Blades. Now it can and has to roll a saving throw to attempt to see you, is that right? To see this sphere?
No. If it wants to perceive the sphere, it just does if it can see
Invisible
visible
things. Got it. Okay.
Oh no.
Cool.
Oh no.
No problem. Good to know.
Good to know. But it can
Yeah,
still make a
NVCD.
perception
Good to
check
know.
if it wants to. And I'm gonna roll for stealth. I'm kidding. Gunnar, I think Char will almost involuntarily be repeating what he's hearing.
Okay. So you all hear exactly what the Lord of Blades is saying through Gunnar's voice. And you hear exactly what I mentioned.
Is this like Exorcist style?
Almost just more just a calm voice from Gunnar, eyes closed, concentrating. Firm.
Maybe with my limited understanding or with my
See you, John. Good to have you.
Joe.
feats. Hey, John. Would I understand that this is in a direction that is a similar name to what is called a lake of fire?
There wasn't any description yet to understand where he is.
Okay, so
From all Gunnar has been doing is word for word reciting
drinking
what
from a lake of fire.
is just saying what the Lord of Blades
I'm
is
just saying
saying.
what he says.
But whatever he's observed, he hasn't yet described, unless you do want to.
No, I'm just repeating what he's saying.
Oh, okay. So yeah, no, he's saying like what he's seeing.
Correct.
Okay,
I
cool.
understood
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Forget that.
So I misunderstood that too.
So you're technically still scrying.
Yeah,
Lasts
for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So with my feature, I can still do something else.
Yeah.
And I'm going to. We are in the mountains.
Yes, you are.
I can forage and things like that,
Yes, you can.
and try and get
Forage for berries.
some what I can, and understand if there's any local inhabitants that might take us on surprise.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just continue keeping safeguard.
Okay. Investigation for me.
That's safe.
And you are already aware that there are menacing creatures in this part of the world.
I think it only actually applies to my favorite enemies.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Fiends and aberrations.
Fiends and aberrations, huh? Well, you are in luck.
Fiend's place.
Fantastic. You are aware
Yeah.
that
I was
there
like, fuck this
are
party.
vast caverns within these mountains that may or may not have existing or were existing covens of aberrations. More specifically, beholder styles of creatures.
It's okay, we've fought one before.
I guess in my
And fiends, absolutely.
yeah.
Fiends, as you look around the a little bit more in depth, the mountainside, you actually find loose limbs, dead, dried out, of what once were fiends of all different types, mostly small, insignificant in their hierarchy, but every now and again a much larger wing and a head that looks like a blue bug, but just its skull and a little bit of blue skin.
By happenstance, this isn't familiar to the bug that we found in episode 1.
No,
Little demon.
Yeah. Okay, good. So with that information and the bones that we've seen, that I've seen, would it be safe to understand whether or not these are really old and it might be okay to stay here, or these are fresh?
from what you've seen so far, they're pretty old.
Pretty old. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll continue.
Okay.
Well, they're like, one of them's sitting there muttering to themselves. The other one's like foraging for limbs.
Food to feed us.
Limb food.
And that's going on. I'm going to turn to Dravago and just say, I know you didn't know those Warforged, but it must be hard seeing people that are similar to you, well, dead, but also at our hand and playing a part in it, so I'm sorry that you had to go through that.
I appreciate your concern, but I knew that I had the potential to fight the Forge kind by
Doesn't
following this path.
make it easy.
My sadness doesn't come from having to fight them. It comes from the fact that their decision was probably manipulated when they were first made.
You mentioned back in the tavern, before it like disappeared and turned into a street, you asked them if they chose war. Do you think there are those that don't, similar to you, similar to people that Rook knows?
Well, have you not seen them throughout the cities of Eberron? We're in the Cogs in Sharn. There's plenty of Forge that work down there. Choose to spend their time perfecting the arts, building
Yeah.
weapons,
Yeah, you're right.
making things. There is much that the Forge race can do. But
I believe it, which is why I wonder why so many have chosen, like to your point, this path.
The biological races, when they're born, they inhabit the form of a child, a baby, with the gods willing, I guess, here. But with any luck, they have good parents that nurture them and teach them right from wrong, and they, over a great period of time, forge their own personality within their body. But imagine being born and having a body similar to mine, but the mind of a baby, and someone who was there when you were first made, telling you that war is what you're for. And just imagine the baby with the ability, not knowing anything better, not knowing anything different. That's what they're told. And unfortunately, I have seen that this has happened to a lot of my kind here in Eberron. I was told about it back in Sigil. It was the reason why my mother actually decided to leave here. Her and from her tales, this Aaron DeCanneth, that I hear the gods were involved in giving us sentience, but gods are not permitted in Sigil, and I'm here. So I was under the impression that Aaron was one who perfected the whatever mechanisms gave us sentience, and they saw a great potential for this race. But it was Aaron's father, Merix, who decided to profiteer from warmongering and sell us to the other nations. And this is what saddens me, is that a lot of these forged, they're not taught any better, were not given the opportunity to find for themselves anything better. Some of them may have eventually chosen war by themselves, but at least it would have been their choice. That's what saddens me about the death of those forged, is that more than likely they did not make that choice for themselves.
I'm going to pretend to understand, because I never will. But I am sorry. It's weird because you mentioned sentience in Warforged as a whole, and every time you say it, I can't help but think back to the first time we encountered the Lord of Blades, and seeing all of these people hooked up to these weird machines and watching their blood just drain from their body into different Warforged. I can't help but wonder if it's something they've perfected and done right. And if it is, then this is going to be very difficult. It's one thing for a race to be molded into a war machine. It's another thing to have sentience and intelligence and be molded into a war machine.
It is the sadness that a lot of Forge bear. But it does sound like with Rook's, I guess, mentors, compatriot, potentially have been absorbed by this Lord of Blades, that it is a feat that he's managed to perfect. I'd like to save the biological races as well as the Warforged from this fate. I do appreciate your acknowledgement of that, but you do not need to apologise. It's not your fault that it happened.
I know it's not my fault, but I too have seen a lot of my race murdered and killed just for who they are.
That has not been unnoticed either. I haven't really had a proper chance to talk to you yet, but there is something the next time if we do rest here. I would like to show you something when the night sky comes upon us. And I did notice that you didn't blink after your friend Cerivia was taken into that other dimension, and the other members of your monastery followed her in there. You didn't blink, and you abandoned what should have been an obvious pursuit for you, is to save them and deal with those Kori straight away. But you chose to do something that you considered the greater good, and saving more than just your people. So it wasn't unnoticed. And if you will permit, I'd like to show you something when the night comes upon us.
I would be okay with that. For the record, I didn't blink because most of the time I have been blinking. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but we have lost a lot. And Farizo was one of those people. And I knew. I knew as soon as Molestra started being a fucking bitch. I knew, but confirmation makes it worse. I can't live in ignorance though. I hate ignorance. Ignorance is not bliss. I don't care what anyone says. It sucks. Anyway, Thorin might be vomiting again, so we should probably make sure he's not.
I'm setting up that tent.
Yeah, cool. It's done. It's done. It was a very, very quick gesture, and you have it facing enough away from the heat that it.
How well is it set up though?
It's very good. It's only fit for one.
Is the roof on the floor?
Of your size? No. It's pitched well. And you can sleep in there without a problem, but only you, because of your dragonborn physique, you can only fit yourself.
You buff.
Pretty much, and height, and you hear, Gunnar, the Lord of Blades turn to a retinue of 5 what look to be servants, or other types of people, people who are tending to him, and focusing on him and watching his every move. One of them did say something to the effect of, "Your wish is mine, Lord. Whatever you need, we are here unto death." And it was another Warforged, and he turns as this book closes, and in this deep voice again he says to this retinue, "She is not ready. Some time, perhaps, for her to ponder our request. For now, we wait. We do not hurry the Queen of Dragons in her majesty." And you see that as you sort of swivel this scrying spell around, this ridge goes a bit downhill, although like it's a very, very large, long piece of stone that is held up just by other mountain, and it goes downward and around to the left, where in front of and surrounding that enormous pit of fire is an tents, and this is where you can see, just in the very closest point before the vision gets too foggy, a line of what looks to be the start of Warforged troops, and you'd assume that that's where the Warforged army is waiting. You doing anything else? Still observing.
What is other than this lake of fire, what is the environment like?
Again, desolate, flat, very flat. It goes on for as far as your scrying spell can see in the distance. It seems that this is a meeting point of sorts, or just some sort of phenomena. It looks to be a gateway as well, since you do see these demonic creatures screeching up in the air around these enormous heads that are jutting out of that surface.
Is it her entire body? Okay.
No, just the heads.
Okay. Does it appear to be engaging or like even recognizing that the Lord of Blaze is there?
Ooh, that's good. Make an insight check.
That's some good shit right there.
Good question, Shaw.
How long did you practice that voice for?
Right then and there. So that's why it's a bit rusty.
No, I liked
Rusty.
Pretty good.
I liked it.
Insight, you said.
Yes, please.
21.
21. All right. I guess I'll send you stuff.
Great.
I guess I will send
For
you
the best.
some secrets.
When you try your best and you don't succeed.
Wow. Rip. In the meantime, while you are perceiving this enormous threat, anyone else doing anything at the moment?
I think I'd return back to camp with what I've gathered.
Yeah, you've gathered not a lot, and even with your ranger skills, you only were able to discover what I described.
Yeah.
So the malformed and dead limbs, and you didn't see any that were any newer either in that time. But you also picked up just roots in the ground, and these are edible, but not very tasty. But they can sustain you, and you pick up about 10 bunches of them as you scrape the earth, and it's probably enough for about 5 days of rations.
Yeah. 5 days of rations, okay, cool. Would any of those roots be applicable to poisons or anything like that? Or antidotes, or
You're new because you did still pick up that.
poisoner?
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't recognize them to be useful in poison making, just nourishment.
So 5 days ration.
Correct.
Dope. I'll come back to the group. Is anyone hungry?
As he says that, I'm pulling out rations from my backpack and chewing on them.
Okay.
Well, my pouch, I should say, not my backpack. I don't know.
Drago, I can't tell you that this is delicious, but it might give you nourishment.
He doesn't eat.
I'm not sure how Victor does it, but I'm getting a bit concerned. These things up in taste testing. They're going in, but they're not coming out. I'm getting a bit concerned that if I keep stuffing things in, they're either going to rot and I'll start to stink, or something worse will happen.
I actually am quite perplexed and worried.
What is it?
Thorum? Well, I have amongst my own rations, all I've gathered here is just basically root. Tapioca.
Alright, eat the root.
Okay. As you bite into it, it has this chewy texture to it. And there are almost like, it looks very much like ginger. So there's those lines around the outside, so like a yellowy sort of chewy root, and it has these almost veins like that come out of it, almost like little branches. And at the end of each one, there's a very tiny brown flower, and the taste is bland, very bland indeed, almost like eating like a bland nearly like a tough pumpkin, almost eating the pumpkin like flesh that's uncooked, that sort of flavor or that sort of texture. But otherwise,
Make me
look,
nearly dead.
it's not unpleasant apart from the dirt that's still on the outside of it. But that's okay.
It's not unpleasant.
No.
You can cook it. You can cook it.
Yes, sir. Do you need assistance dispatching?
Honestly, I do not know. Perhaps when I hope to meet Victor, he can tell me what happens with all the food that he tries.
I feel like I have more questions that I want to know.
This is very strange. I don't like it.
I'll look at his butt. Alright then.
Okay. No problem.
I do not look at his butt.
Good to
I
know.
look at both of these weird men
Okay.
making strange comments. Hey, I know we've been traveling together. I'm still a lady, okay?
No. What?
Don't,
No,
have
ever.
these, don't have these conversations in front of me. It's gross.
What's wrong with
Have
that?
some decorum. Talk about poop elsewhere.
Have you finished screening?
Please don't poop.
Speaking of, has anyone got a shovel?
No.
I never want this scry to end.
Yeah, fair.
If he's
Wait, you
still
wanna go back
scrying,
to
then
It does end though.
I never.
I might take the opportunity to cast Identify on that eye necklace,
Sure.
just to see if there's anything more than just a token about it.
No problem.
Someone
I
has a shot
am
necklace.
going to probably do
He
this.
actually does.
There. I'm going to send you a picture of what this does.
Fancy. I didn't get a picture.
I'm going to.
Actually,
Don't
they
Google
need
it.
that.
No.
What is it?
Warforged poop. Is that what you're
Alright.
Googling?
I've sent you some information about once you identify it, you see that the green part of the eye glows as you uncover some of the magical effects that using this can have. So every time that you see in this description that it says orc, it can apply to anyone.
Okay,
Just bear that in mind.
I'll look at that one later.
Okay. As you identify, you doing anything else?
If we're still scrying and short resting, I will pull out some, I guess, of the easier parts of the Steel Defender to keep working on,
Mm-hmm.
and just keep an ear out for Char's mumbling, repeating of what is going on with the Lord of Blades.
You are finished.
I'm finished.
You are finished. So you do
Hey, have some decorum.
unravel that scrying spell, and now it dissipates. And to your knowledge, the Lord of Blades did not detect it. Because there wasn't any reaction at all. No glancing, no nothing.
No peeping.
Nope. No spying, nothing.
No sneaking. Alright. Nothing happened. No, I'm kidding.
Welcome back, Gunnar.
It's good to be back.
What happened?
Um,
You were mumbling.
I wasn't mumbling. I was saying it quite clearly.
He
I
was.
It sounded like mumbling from where I was sitting.
I tried to recite everything that I heard, but a lot was happening. It seems he thinks Tiamat has been summoned. Yeah.
So he's just waiting for her.
Yeah, I'm not sure she...
It's
well,
awkward.
I don't think it's really her though, is it? Remember?
Well, yeah, no.
It's all an illusion.
Well, it's
Frazzle
Frazzle Blue's plan. So I'm assuming whatever he thinks he's summoning will be breaking some of the bonds that keep Fraser Blue from this plane.
Yeah. There seems to be his whole army there, though.
How far away?
To your knowledge, the distance to get, if you're including going over that mountain and then back down again, still a couple of 100 kilometers away. If you are traversing the mountain, if you're climbing it.
How far did the mountain seem to go for, the mountain range?
Ooh,
Like if we're going over it and...
you mean in distance?
Yeah. Approximately.
Probably another kilometer high. That's straight up though, without going on the angle, and then another 3 kilometers down, back the other way onto that then flat plain, approximately.
I'll relay that.
Yep.
That's a lake of fire.
With that, would I understand time frame of
So,
what those kilometers would look like?
Yeah.
For days or hours?
Sure. If you climbed, if you used the climbing tools, or if you did so on foot, if you went on foot, you imagine it can take several, probably another 5 to 7 days approximately to get to your destination, to get to that point. Just looking up and looking at the difficulty of this craggy peak.
What about just over the mountain?
With what he was talking about, the Lake of Fire.
We don't have any idea about that. Where that might be.
Where it is?
Yeah, if it's above Yarlag
It is.
and in between.
Yep. You know exactly where it is with that roll you made.
Yeah.
I'll continue it. So there, and
where's
you are
to the right.
you're here.
So it's in between us and you're like kind
Yeah.
of...
Basically, yeah. So you were basically teleported a little bit north of where the destination could be or is.
How long do you think it'll take to get over the mountain?
See us over the mountain, maybe a few days. Towards the destination of where the Lord of Blades is. 5 to 7.
Because if we fly, we could probably get over the mountain in about 20 minutes, 10 minutes.
With my understanding of, I mean, I don't know much about flying, so, but like versus foot.
Sure. Oh, there's a fraction of the time that it would take to get over this obstacle. If you were just going to skip it completely, definitely an advantage.
Because it lasts for about 10 minutes, and we can travel about almost 2 kilometers in that time.
Flying lasts for 10 minutes, but it would take us 20 to...
No, I misspoke. In 10 minutes, we'd travel almost 2 kilometers.
My fear, I must admit, that is advantageous for travel, but if the Lord of Blades is below us and we come at a higher...
He's hundreds of kilometers away.
I fear for Tiamat's agents may find us in the sky.
Tiamat is not dead.
Could we not also
It's not
use
Tiamat.
your hat, Rook, and maybe do a better job than what the gods seem to be able to do?
I am DM input. I am actually not familiar with that area, so I can't teleport us there.
Correct.
I haven't seen it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Perhaps if we were able to fly to the peak,
I have.
you could see far enough to get us at least closer.
I've seen it.
Guys, just a quick one. As you're all saying this, I'm trying to puzzle piece that in with what we've already discussed about what the best thing would be to do to take the Lord of Blades by surprise, right? We don't want to walk into an army, the 5 of us, and fight, right? We would die very quickly, and it would probably hurt a lot. So if flying,
I'm laughing, not
if flying is quicker, I have the same concern as you, Rook. However, we could fly at night. I could give some of us the ability to see in the dark if we don't have it already. That way, yes, it's not great traveling in the dark, but it would mean that they couldn't see us coming. Also, we want to lure the Lord of Blades out, right? And he thinks that Tiamat is coming. I know I can't change how big I am in size. However, I can
do that for you.
You could do that for me, and I could use that alter self spell that you've given me to make myself look like Tiamat.
I don't think I'd be able to make you look that big.
Not that big. It doesn't have to be that big. Even if we do it from a distance so that he thinks he sees us. Or Tiamat, I guess. I don't know. We could lure him out.
I would also have to be within 30 feet of you.
Yeah, but if we're standing on top of a mountain range in the middle of the day, near a lake of fire, and there's a dragon that looks like Tiamat standing on top of this hill, surely the Lord of Blades is going to come running.
I think you might overestimate how big I can make you.
No,
Also,
my point isn't the size.
he's still like hundreds of kilometers away from us.
Yeah, I'm talking long game here. I'm not talking tomorrow. I'm talking.
Other hills.
These are just things that I'm suggesting, right? These are things to think about. On top of that,
Oh, okay.
if we can make this journey quicker, then what we should be using our time throughout the day to do is to contact all of our allies, as many of them as we can. You've already done that with your followers at Ado. I can do that with my temple. Not that anyone's going to answer, because they're all fucking gone. But you could do that too. You could tell Victor that we're coming. If you know anyone in this world that you can get to come here, you can do that too. Char, if you know anyone, we can get them all here. That's what we use our time for. We rally together our own army.
I do agree with this. We still need to take a short rest.
If we were to...
Is that not what we're doing? We can talk during this short rest.
We should also take a long rest before attempting such a feat.
If we're gonna travel at night, then we sleep now.
If we
I
wanted,
agree. Let's take a long rest.
Perhaps...
if we wanted an army, then why didn't we freely on their army then?
They're too far from us now.
Because we don't have the time to go and travel to somewhere, but we can get people to do it for us. We still have the king on our side. We can tell him that we know where the Lord of Blades is now. He can contact as many people as he can. You can tell Osei, Ragav.
I could teleport there.
You could.
Several days you could teleport there and back in the time that we'll be traveling.
We could, but I mean, is a message not as...
I don't think they can unfreeze them. Remember, this is all Bradin's doing.
Would he not try to freeze any army we tried to bring? Perhaps a giant battle is not necessary.
Gunnar, you mentioned that you froze us all, and we weren't even near you, and then you made
You were right next to
Malestra... Well, I mean, not all of us were. Rook was running away in a strop.
He
And
wasn't-
then-
he wasn't that far though.
That's not my point, Gunnar. You made Malestra appear underwater And we weren't even close to her.
I had to
Surely
spy
you
on
can
her
do
first.
something from afar. Surely Obra Dinn, if he's like some sort of great old mentor of yours, can maybe do us a favor. Favor, even, not
Could you not just bring the Lord of Blades here? Up on this mountainside.
That's another thing that we could do, but I mean, that seems... I'm not ready to fight him
I
right
don't know
now.
if I have that.
Perhaps we don't even need to fight him. The gods seem pretty cryptic to me. But some of the words that Grumps said stood out. You mentioned the magic items that we possess, and that we should use them.
Like that soul coin.
The soul coin is one option, but he did specifically mention this ring. Perhaps it's not intended for us to use. If this Tiamat that the Lord of Blades is trying to pray to is an illusion, and this is his whole purpose, is freeing Tiamat to, I guess, control this army, perhaps we should put the ring on him. Show him that this illusion isn't real.
If we're going to teleport him here, then that's the best thing to do. I still don't think teleporting him here is a good idea, but hey.
Well, teleporting him here is one option. Another is using these, or your ability to alter yourself. I can do that. Perhaps even I could use my current form as a distraction for him. We might be able to sneak into his camp.
Look like Molestra.
If we could get this ring on him, it would dispel these illusions, would it not? If his whole purpose of summoning Tiamat...
Yeah, I should just make sure that I look like myself in that instance then, though, because that could be really bad.
Well, he doesn't know you, though.
I think...
But
to
we
your
could make
point-
ourselves look like regular old Warforged.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't know who you are. You could pretend to join him.
From what
must
I
admit,
hear
I
about
worry.
his penchant for amalgamating other forged and beings into himself, I do have concerns that
I will worry too.
the
for
materials that
Drago.
I'm made of would be quite appealing to him.
It's only until you get the ring on his finger.
Yeah, but what if he doesn't get the ring on his finger?
He can roll a new character.
I don't know what you mean by that, Char, but...
Maybe you should do it.
Roll him a new character.
You put the ring on his finger.
Yeah, why Dravago? Why not you? He doesn't know who you are.
He does. We've met.
Well, between our
You met as Gunnar, not as Char.
That's true.
combined abilities, surely
Still
there is
not
some way
first, though.
to get this ring on him, perhaps unnoticed. He will look out to that lake and he won't see Tiamat anymore.
If we do it in the dark, I can turn invisible.
I feel like I should contact Victor and maybe Perback. He's on his way there.
Oh, then we could give it to Victor.
Perhaps.
He could give it to the Lord of Blades.
I think you should pitch these ideas to him.
I would
And
need
then-
some time to do this.
Yeah. But if we're going to be travelling at night and he's hundreds of kilometres away, this
the
gives
better.
us time.
I do feel like disenfranchising his army is much better. And that would give us time to separate the Warforged. Have them either rebel against
How would we do that?
Tiamat, well, they're already doing it.
They are?
Yes.
I must have missed something.
Well, we haven't come across any of the runaways from the army, but it is happening.
Oh,
Tier D20.
where did we learn that?
I told you.
Oh, that's right, you told me. I just remembered.
My
It was
point
time.
is, we have been saying all along that we can't rush into this. We can't go in guns blazing. I don't know what a gun is, but sure.
Me. I'm a gun.
Yes. Dragon. Born.
It's a drag.
Anyway, this is weird. These are just a few options that we've come up with now. Let us travel at night. I think this is a good idea. It's going to have its own challenges. particularly because none of us can see in the dark. However,
I can make myself see in the dark.
I can make.
I believe myself and Dravago can watch over you while you long rest.
I can also make all of us see in the dark. It would just mean that, you know how sometimes I punch things and they just freeze and get stunned? I might not be able to do that as often, but that's fine. If it means that we can all see, then we do that. We wait until we use all of our daytime to rest, contact our allies, and work on the plan. We travel at night, and then when we're at a close enough distance where we can do something, and all of our allies are there to support us, that's when we strike.
I agree.
Really? Because you look super angry.
So
Surely I've washed my face a couple of times by this point.
It's all the same day.
You haven't told me you would. So,
Same day.
yeah.
We haven't been anywhere to watch
Why would
it.
you- why would you-
unfortunately, you do give off still only to these few, mind you, not to the populace anymore, but you do give off an oddly frowned look. Yeah.
No,
Frowny boy.
no, I feel fine. I think it's a good.
Don't raise your voice at me.
It's a good plan. Let's say perplexed. I'm going to crawl into my tent.
Now, as you do, are you doing this evening, or are you going to wait?
So
Is that a
yeah,
long rest?
It is.
yeah, we got confirmation we're doing a long rest.
Let us rest.
Okay.
Let us rest. I
Okay.
think we could all use it after
I'm
this
going to pop a
battle.
potion of watchful rest then. And
Good.
I'm going to stand guard.
Restful watch.
I'm going to put up my
Dravago, would you join
tent.
me?
Yep.
I can keep watch,
Who has a
but
tent?
I unfortunately won't be able to move while doing it.
And then remembering
You can
that
talk
if
to
this
me, I
time
won't be able
it
to
doesn't
respond.
work, you can do it.
I'll
Yeah.
keep a potion of long rest.
You have a tent, I have a tent, Gunnar has a tent, you're not going to sleep and you're not going to sleep.
Gunner is a 10.
So what does that do?
You get an 8-hour rest without having to go to sleep.
He doesn't have to sleep though.
But can I move and
You
do
can
stuff
move and
still?
do stuff, yeah.
Sweet. Then yeah, I'll
Okay.
Are we taking a long
gladly
rest
chug
now?
that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put up my tent and then I'm gonna be like, well, I'm gonna go meditate now. If anything changes and we need to fight something in the middle of the day, I guess, because it's daytime, please wake me gently.
So
Actually,
we're due to finish this long rest while it's still night.
It'll
So
be
it's
night time.
Before we do that, how much are you looking rough?
Well, we're gonna have a long rest.
If I can,
I'm not bad.
He's fine.
just in
fuck
case
me.
anything happens during that period of time, I'm
Oh
going
my
to expand
God.
the rest of my spell slots on level 3 for you.
Cure wounds again.
Cure wounds.
Maybe you should save that in case something does happen.
But he's really
You can use it to attack.
Are you hurt?
I'm pretty good.
You're pretty good? Okay.
We had a short rest. Did you use your hit die?
I haven't used my hit die yet. No.
Oh,
Use
yeah,
those
you can
first.
finally
You'd all-
actually use that.
You'd
Curable.
all use your hit die to also
Use that
How
increase.
many
Yep.
roll do you?
You can use as
For
many
sure.
as you want. As many hit die as you have.
I don't have to roll because that's what your roll
Also
does.
12.
Perfect. You just always use the maximum. Correct.
That's where the max
Yes,
hit die.
exactly right.
As I crawl into the tent, I fall asleep and I start to pray. And you guys use a big number along with lights.
Perhaps when we stir from the rest,
Nothing happens.
I can still show you that thing if it's still dark.
Yeah, sounds good.
So,
Crawling into my tent and I'm gonna start meditating.
okay. Thorum, you sleep and pray, hoping that your prayers would be answered, but no reply reappears. Amara, you meditate to Ilyana and you feel Sonari's presence next to you, but no words are spoken, but only comfort is your feeling. Dravago.
Well, Rook has given me a potion of long rest.
Yeah.
Watchful rest.
Watchful rest.
So you are up and about, continuing to mend.
I'll be working on the Steel Defender for a bit, but there is something else I would also like to spend a bit of time on.
Okay.
You can message it to him.
Yeah, you don't have to
Yeah.
tell the group. You can just let me know afterward.
We'll let you know after.
Yeah, perfect. Rook, just keeping an eye out.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple of going about doing the foraging and a watch, but maybe next session I'm gonna reach out to Onatar, Victor, and also Pepback.
Okay. And Gunnar,
Huh?
what would you like? You're just resting as well. You're sleeping.
Are we taking a long rest?
Sounds like it.
Okay. Is there anything I would like to do? Yes.
What would you like to do?
I would like to scry.
On
Malestra.
Lestra? Okay.
Amara just senses this happening and is like, that bitch.
Excellent. Okay.
Eye twitching.
As you once again close your eyes and reach out.
I'll use all those objects that I used last time as well.
Objects?
Yeah, so
Oh, we had things. We had the thing.
Oh,
the
of
wand.
course, yes. Yeah,
so
go
like
for it.
using the cloak and everything.
Correct. Yeah, okay. As you once again reach out and you are finding Malestra once more. Your gaze goes beyond the mountains, down through the Dagger River, ending at almost the hilt, where rising up above that river are towers. Hundreds and hundreds of towers in the air as Shan greets you and your scrying spell goes over that massive defensive wall that has never let a siege take hold of it. And through the streets you go, and up high on platforms, past the Mulgrave University. Your scrying orb continues until you get to a bridge, and over this bridge you go, and you go through a door and see in front of you, behind a familiar looking counter, inside a door leading to the back of a room, tied to some sort of chair or table, bloodied, is a large blue creature.
Fucking knew it.
And over the top of him, with this jagged emerald looking dagger out, Malestra looks down at a wounded Regav Sel as she says to him, "Tell me where they have gone and where you have sent them."
I'll yell out where I'm sitting. No! And I'm going to try and pull Ragav toward us.
And as your mind tries to reach through the sphere, you hear a voice in your head. And Obra Dinn says, "Improvement." And that's where we'll finish for this evening.
Oh no!
Cool.
A whole week!
Okay.
How do we come out of like a week of just as game day, like watching and playing D&D every day, to like waiting 7 days?
I know, right? It'll be another 7 days again. And thank you, everybody. I'm going to drop a code word right now. So to get an extra entry into the giveaway, how do they use this word again? Can you describe?
Wow, you should check our pinned tweet that is not pinned yet.
It is actually. I pinned it.
Oh my god, look at us working together.
And in that pinned tweet, you can just say the word, right?
Yeah, comment the code word below the pinned tweet.
Okay.
If you can put it in a sentence, even better.
Exactly.
What is the word?
The word is demon.
Damon.
So go into that pinned tweet and in a
Matt
sentence
Damon.
to hide that code word so only you get the extra entry, make it into a sentence
Tell your friends.
and tell your friends maybe.
Tell your friends if they follow us on Twitch, they get double entries.
Hey, double entries for Twitch follows. Boom. Thank you everybody who has actually followed us on Twitch since we even started this evening, including, I'll just quickly go up for a second because I've got this in front of me, 3 hours ago. So we've got, Talera did as well,
Talera.
a couple of days ago. Dorsify, thank you so much for following us on Twitch.
That's so cool.
Twisted Gear, thank you very much. OzQuest, thank you so much for following us as well on Twitch. And Ghosts, thank you very much for doing that too.
Could you write those down and send them to me so I can make sure that
Yeah.
if they reply and like and retweet on our Twitter that they get double entries?
Yeah, happy to. Thank you so much, and we will see everybody next week. Have a great night. Goodbye.